up, Vigo's Court? I'm your judge, Judge Vader. It's early in the morning, but I'm here, you're here, we all love it. We're about to play a game. Isn't that right, Counselor Shep?
Absolutely. Good morning to everybody in the States. Good afternoon, maybe? I don't know entirely. It's morning here, so good morning from JP. I hope you guys are ready for some exciting gameplay today. I know I am. How about you, Vader?
Oh, I definitely am. We got 4 Dwights, 1 Locker. We got DKD. Both of these teams are about to go at it on Wretched Shop. That's perfect. We love that, right? So I'm excited. I have my coffee. I'm ready. It is morning here. At least here in Kansas City, it is 11:56 in the morning. So for sure. That's
kind of barely morning.
No, well, you know,
we'll take it. You know, we take that. We take that here. We take those here.
Still morning.
Absolutely.
Oh man. And so guys, for sure, as we said, we will be on Wretched Shop today. So let's go ahead and review those stats real quick. All right, so Wretched Shop is on Auto Haven here. It's a pretty average sized map at 10,496 square meters and still has an 8 hook, 13 hook min max. So for sure, definitely very nice for the killers, and not so bad for the survivors either. Honestly, that main building is pretty good for some loops.
Absolutely. And of the Auto Haven maps, I feel like this one might be, if it's the one I'm thinking of, it's gonna be a little tricky for our survivors. There's a lot of really wide open spaces, so depending on who the killer is, I think we are in for some very interesting matches.
There's definitely a lot of areas that have like a rock or something and don't have a pallet or anything to use, so you're you really end up running to an area and going, what do I do here now? The killer is always faster than me, so 360? So definitely, guys, this is the first matchup of 3 matchups today. So we do have a second matchup at 3 p.m. Eastern, and that is between, let me take a look here, Dwights
versus Entities.
Nice. The Mice versus Entity. And then at 6 p.m. Eastern, who do we have, Shep?
Monarchy versus Arctic Wolves.
Oh, love it. Love it. So, guys, we've got a good lineup for the day to be able to watch. So stick with us for the entire day. It is going to be exciting. And that'll wrap up our preseason, and we'll be able to get ready for week 1 of the regular season, where everything counts, next week. Starting like what, Wednesday?
I believe so.
Man, it's definitely gonna be a journey. You know what? I think we should name it The Road to the Final Verdict.
I like that. I like that a lot. Yeah. Shout
out to Rambo for the name. Man in my ear. All right.
Our Shadow Master.
Yes, exactly. The man behind the curtain, the Wizard of Oz, Rambo. So, for sure, let's go ahead and see if we can get this lobby set. Looks like I have 4 Dwights joining me, but I don't have a killer yet. So, I'm gonna check and see if I have a friend request here. I do. Mod B. Wait, no, why can't I accept? What's going on here? That's interesting. I think I have it figured out, actually. Hearts needs to accept my request. For some reason, their Dead by Daylight request takes me to their Steam profile, and they didn't add me on Steam, so we should be able to get that
that's weird.
Taken care of. I know. DB so weird.
Perfect game.
So let me try to get that figured out real quick, and then while I'm doing that, Shep, go ahead and give me like what killers you want to see today from both of these teams on Wretched Shop. Like, just who you want to see.
Well, as I've stated before, this is my first season doing comp in general, so I'm coming into this, completely in the dark. I really don't know any of these teams, so I'm really hopeful. Today, actually, I do know, Dwights has Psycho Mantis, and I know he is a Twins main. I am kind of hoping to see Twins today, because I do, maybe contrary to popular opinion, I do actually like to see, comp teams play against Twins. Because I feel like it really changes how the game has to be played and the pace of the game.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's it's fun playing against Twins. Like, as a Survivor main, I like playing against Twins. I know that's strange.
I think with a well-coordinated team, it makes it a lot more fun than in like pubs matches.
Yeah, for sure. It's kind of funny. A lot of Survivor mains you'll hear, like streamers or otherwise, will be like, oh, ew, Twins, oh, I have to go against Twins, gross, they're gonna try to slug me. I love it, man. Like, let me go ahead and be ready, right? Like, I love it.
It really invites some very interesting decision making on the part of the survivors, and I like to play it like my casual pub swift. We like to run really crazy builds anyways, so a lot of us like to run like Unbreakable. I'll bring Soul Guard whenever I feel like it, and whenever I see a Twins, I'm like, yes, I get to use my Soul Guard finally, thank you.
Yeah, I kind of feel the same way. Like, anytime, I know this is gonna sound funny, but like anytime I bring no mither because like viewers or otherwise have made me bring no mither, and then I see it's Twins, I'm like, stand up all the time, let's go.
Put me down, I'll just get right back up. Absolutely
100%. Charlotte, if you don't come pick up the trash, then I'm gonna just stand up and start walking away.
It's gonna grow legs, we're gonna get back up.
Exactly. No mither give you legs. Oh man.
Who are you hoping to see in this preseason match, Vader, with your probably more familiarity with these teams?
You know, I want to see him play something that we haven't seen them play, if that makes sense. Because I definitely, I know that Psycho can play a really good Twins. I know that, like, Psycho also plays a pretty good Nurse. I don't want to see either of those because I've already seen them. I want to see something I haven't seen from either of these teams, if that makes sense.
Absolutely.
And Psycho Mantis, I am still waiting on them to go ahead and invite me to the killer lobby. I joined their lobby, and yeah, I joined their lobby, and then all of them left. So I don't know what's going on there. I definitely will need them to invite me again. I'm working through that little bit of technical difficulties.
And just to confirm, so today our starting killers will be DKD, correct?
Yes. Our DKD will kill first, and then we'll see Dwights One Locker kill twice in a row, and then we'll see it go back to back to DKD killing again.
Exciting. I am very excited to see how these matches turn out.
Me too. I'm avoiding saying indeed, but there it is. I said it once there. I said it once.
Indeed. Is that our one? Our one?
That's one for the counter if anybody's counting. Oh my gosh. You know, I challenge you guys to keep track of how many times I say it. It might get up there because apparently I say it subconsciously. I didn't even realize. I'm gonna start keeping
track, and whoever in chat can accurately also keep track. If your number matches up with mine, I will. You get bragging rights.
Bragging rights. I like it. Like
bingo. Like bingo.
Vader bingo. BINGO. All right. I'm down with it. I'm down with the sickness.
And I'm seeing Rachel saying Ghosty Boy. Oh my gosh, I wish.
Hey, that is kind of me wishing a little bit here. I want to see a ghost face.
I know it's your ghost face in the screen right now, but I would love to see one of our stealth killers be played in this preseason match, honestly.
Yeah.
Especially Myers has very few restrictions, so.
Tombstone Myers, let's go. No,
Give me that tier 3 Tombstone Myers.
I would not wish that upon my enemies. So, I don't know. I feel like Ghostface, he doesn't really get used in comp. If somebody was going to use a stealth player like Ghostface, they do instead use Myers or Myers. So I do kind of want to see him used more. Also, I think the other person I really want to see used, I want to see Pig, even though I know she's been kind of bugged.
Yeah, I think Pig would, the unique pressure that Pig can put down on a team makes for some really exhilarating gameplay.
Mm-hmm.
And you really have to watch, you know, as survivors playing against the Pig, you really have to watch and you really have to make a choice on what you're going to do when those gens start popping. If someone's got a hat on their head.
Definitely. So, and that, I don't know, is that videotape allowed in Vigos? I might have to have Rambo call in and let me know. But having them rework it and it being eerie and allow for them to spawn you in with 4 traps on your head, pretty powerful. It's almost like a built-in corrupt into the kit. And it sounds like we think that Pig is actually fully open. You can check !rules in the chat if somebody wants to go ahead and check that. But if Pig is fully open, that videotape is kind of nice, because then you can potentially bring another perk in because you have built-in corrupt, you know?
Mm-hmm. But that's assuming that your survivors are even worried about the traps.
Oh.
Because if they start with a trap on their head, they already know one of your add-ons. There's not really like a guessing game going on there.
Yeah, but I feel like with Pig, like what are the add-ons that you expect, right? Like,
yeah,
tamper timer.
Pretty standard Pig add-ons before the rework were definitely tamper timer, box of gears.
Mm-hmm.
As a combo, so that when those gens start popping, those traps go really quickly.
Yeah, for sure. And so, knowing that, like, if she brings videotape, she still could have creative gears or tamper timer.
But then at that point, she only has one.
That's true. So, it's not both.
Yeah.
I still think that does put, that puts a little bit of pressure on the survivors, because she can bring another perk. You know that she didn't have to bring corrupt at that point, right? Mm-hmm. And so, yeah, absolutely. Maybe the survivors go ahead and try to push out gens, but think about like instead of having corrupt, maybe they have not deadlock, but maybe they have ruin and they have pop, and then they have the potential to have 2 other perks that'll help them out. It could be ruin, pop, no way out, and no it. And it's like, but they didn't bring corrupt. Well, they didn't have to. They have these traps. And
which pretty much stalls out the game for them straight from the get-go.
Yeah, indeed. So I think Pig did get buffed quite a bit there. To be able to use that. And if any of you end up using that build I just stated in like practice or comp, I want the shout out. I'm just kidding. I mean, that was just
a shout out though.
But
Chad has confirmed for us that Pig is full availability for her add-ons.
Yeah, definitely. That's kind of important for Pig, because she's still not like the strongest of killers. So I do like seeing that. She is
kind of add-on reliant. Mm-hmm. She does definitely need those add-ons to help her make up for what she lacks in strength through her power.
there is a lot of RNG too. I mean, like, there are sometimes that the videotape happens and I go ahead and I take the trap off immediately, you know, like just first box, traps off. Then that wasn't really a corrupt, right? Because now I'm like, hey, I don't have a trap, time to do these gens.
And unfortunately, that is one of the things that does make Pig weaker, because her power is entirely reliant on RNG, which is also a problem you see with killers like Trapper. Our RNG killers, if they're lucky, they can have a really good game, but if RNG is not on their side, they're just not going to be able to do anything.
Yeah, indeed. So, it looks like our survivors are possibly set here. I'm not seeing all the add-ons that I would want to see unless these survivors are trying to flex, but we are getting close.
I'd believe it if they were like, I don't need add-ons, I got this.
Well, as soon as I said that, though, Psycho Manus went ahead and picked up a toolbox. He's like, you know what? Maybe you're right. I think I'll take this.
It is A-okay to admit that you need help sometimes.
Yeah, I almost said it. I almost gave you another counter chat. So, for sure, I think that these survivors are going to try to come out, and I think that we'll see a Plague. I'm going to go ahead and say Plague is the first killer that we see. That's my prediction. Maybe I'm right. I hope I'm right.
Have we seen a Plague yet in our preseason here?
I don't think so. But I honestly, Plague with the add-ons to extend time that she infects objects is kind of crazy, because you can infect a gen for 70 seconds. And so
that's a long time.
Oh, that's a really long time. I honestly think that's better than trying to bring the double effectiveness and try to like just hit survivors hard, because if you do that, you force everybody into broken early on in the game because they're forced to touch those gens, or they're going to stay off of every gen for 60 seconds or 70 seconds, because 70 seconds is enough time for you to vomit on it, get to another gen, vomit on that, get to another one. You can probably have 3 or 4 gens constantly infected.
Absolutely, and on a smaller map, that could be really deadly. She wouldn't even have to walk very far to continue to infect her generators.
Exactly. And it does look like our survivors' offerings are all set. And I don't know if the map is set. I'm going to go ahead and confirm with the killer, but we might be good to go.
Chat, I hope you guys are as ready as I am for this game. Thank you so much for all of your patience while we get this set up and work through a couple of technical issues.
Indeed. And we are already going to get set to go. I have let them know they are good to go. So as soon as everybody readies up, we will be going to the Wretched Shop. Exciting. Hey, and Shep, I'm going to go ahead and nominate a high five. You ready?
Let me see which way I have to scoot. Okay, yes. Wait, no.
Yeah, the other
way.
Okay,
I'm ready.
All right, love
We'll get this down. I'm new here.
All right. 1, 2, 3. Oh, I got there first. It's all good. High five.
You were faster than me.
My hand was just out there waiting, you know? Like, I was just like, high five, high five. Yes.
You let me catch up.
High five passed.
Thank you for waiting.
No, you're good. Oh my goodness. And
I'll get it done eventually.
You're good. I still think that was a good high five. I did see that Gum has said that the double effectiveness add-ons also got nerfed super hard for Plague, and I would have to agree. So I think seeing the object infection might be more of what we see. We're just going to see Plague vomit on things instead of survivors. I hope so. We'll see.
Be super oppressive, but we are about to confirm who our killer is here.
You are correct. Let's go ahead and review some killer rules first, though. See how our killer can score those valuable points. All right, so our killer can score points through those hooks, of course. First and second hook being 1 and 2 points respectively, third hook being 3 points, and progressions being worth 1 less. If you be the slug god, that is 7 and 8 progressions, kiddos. You get 1 point each for those. If you do get a 4K because you're just a cracked killer, that's going to be an extra 2 points there. If you do have the entity help you out and kill somebody, like the end game collapse, it does count as getting the hook and the progressions, so that's kind of nice. And if you do have a survivor bleed out on your watch, you know, naughty, 0 points for that. So 30 points available total. And we are gonna get set here right now. We'll see who we have. Oh. It looks like
Spirit has come out to play. Spirit has entered the chat.
Yeah, indeed. And
very quickly finding our first survivor here, almost right off the bat as soon as she loads in.
Yeah, it looks like our Jeff is going to go ahead and go off the hill here, try to maybe have a balanced, and he does! Oh my goodness!
He does have balanced landing. He takes off. Spirit is forced to try to find another survivor here as Jeff just runs.
Yeah,
but he does happen to find Michaela and draw first blood.
I also feel like the Spirit could have probably pressured Jeff a little bit more there. I don't think Jeff was running into a corrupt zone or anything, so for sure, I almost wanted to see a little bit more of a pressure there, but getting Joker down here, this killer's still in great position, just kind of hooking inside that corrupt zone, even though we do have a corrupt spread here.
Yeah, a strange spread on our corrupt, but our Spirit is going to make the best of it, finding another survivor, and it looks like we found our Jeff once again.
Unfortunate for our Jeff. Our Jeff out here just trying to live and do gens, but always in chase.
Which means that is going to pull somebody else off of a generator if they want to get that save, as Spirit continues taking off after Jeff here.
Oh, and look at these Spirit, like, just the phases are on point.
Very, very clean phases, managing to get that down on Jeff, even as Michaela is unhooked in the distance. I think our killer here has some very good headphones.
I would have to agree. And for sure, we do see... Ooh. We saw an aura of a survivor when that gen got completed. That could be Bitter Murmur, or there are a number of perks that do that, but that's something to watch for sure.
Bitter Murmur would definitely be an interesting perk to see here. Although I'm also wondering if we could be seeing Rancor in play.
It's possible. I mean, it is a Spirit. Maybe she wants to go ahead, bring it, and oh, we do see the window hit there. Oh, good job, Spirit.
Not quite making that vault. Michaela gets down once again, and this will be stage 2 for her. So far, our Spirit is racking up those points. She's gotten quite a few hook states, and only 1 generator has been complete so far.
Yeah, definitely. These survivors are going to want to try to limit the Spirit on these early hooks. Only 1 gen done, 3 hook states. If you're Spirit, you're taking that all day because you are still, I'm saying still, an S tier killer. So like, you know that you still have the power if it comes down to it to pressure an entire map. And I still firmly believe that Spirit in the right hands definitely still pressures an entire map.
Absolutely, and it does look like that was a pop we saw there on that gen that she kicked. So that is even more pressure she's applying. She takes a swing, unfortunately misses, hitting our Claudette, and elects to go find different prey here.
Yeah, it looks like we're chasing down our Michaela again, trying to just tunnel our Michaela out, it looks like. And we do go ahead and succeed. Joker will be exiting this match pretty early in the game. Kind of unfortunate there for our Michaela, not getting to do a whole lot besides get chased.
However, she did buy enough time for her teammates to complete not 1, but 2 more generators, and Spirit comes out of phase right on top of Claire here, and is going to chase her into the wretched shop itself.
Yeah, and we do see Spirit breaking this door. Definitely want to see that happen, because later on in the game, as I had said earlier, this is kind of a powerful loop, and looks like our Spirit was confused on where our Claire went here. Oh, don't get blinded, Spirit. Spirit not getting blinded.
He has found some, has continued to keep on top of that Claire and gets the down. And I do believe this will be a fresh hook on Claire here.
Yeah, I agree. I think that is a fresh hook, and that does bode well for our killer here. Going ahead, racking up another point there, and gonna go ahead and pressure this gen, looks like. Oh, not kicking the gen though. Going ahead and still going to pressure other things, looks like. Oh, I think they missed that there was a survivor right there. Are they going to go back to hook? No, they don't. I think they missed survivor running over there, and I think we're going to see an unhook here very shortly. There it is. Oh.
However, we do find our Jeff again. He is going to get that balanced landing value, but he's kind of running straight towards where we just had an unhook. So this could get really ugly really quickly if our survivors aren't communicating with one another.
Well, and for sure, let's go ahead and note that it looks like we had actually a deliverance there. I thought I saw a survivor for the unhook, but maybe I was wrong, because that survivor jumped off the hook themselves, and we see the broken status there.
Absolutely. And we do see, even as Jeff goes down, another generator is completed. That will be hook state 2 for Jeff here. But there is now only one generator left on the table.
Yeah, and it's interesting here to see Spirit not kicking gen. Well, okay. Spirit's listening to me, obviously. Going ahead and kicking the gen. We did see those red sparks. We do see Pop Goes the Weasel. But what I was going to say is we've seen a lot of hooks, and we haven't seen Spirit really kicking those gens up until this point. And I think that has lost the Spirit quite a bit of pressure. And that's why Dwights is still in this to possibly have 2 or 3 people escape the trial here, which would result in a 4 Dwights 1 locker lead.
However, it looks like we do get our Claire down once again, so she will be going back on the hook, and no reset for our other 2 survivors. So you might think that hopefully they're pressuring out those gens to do exactly that, maybe get a 3 out here.
Yeah, and I think it looks like we have a repressed alliance play, definitely preventing the Pop Goes the Weasel, and it looks like our Spirit was actually going to use it there instead of not kicking the gen. So for sure, smart play by our Jeff, but our Jeff is injured, and if he does not play this 100% perfectly, gonna go down like we see there. That is a valuable hook for our Spirit, because I believe that is a second state.
Actually, I do believe this might be death hook for Jeff here, which is only going to leave Claudette and Claire left. They have reset, and that repressed alliance should be coming down pretty soon here. So hopefully between the 2 of them, they can slam that last generator out.
Yeah, Shep going ahead and proving that she's better than me at counting. That was a death hook, and for sure that is going to put some pressure on these survivors, especially with that gen getting popped by the Pop Goes the Weasel. But we've got another gen over here with a fair amount of progress on it. So these survivors are still trying to do a great job of pressuring this. But I believe Claire is also on death hook here. So for sure, don't really want Claire going down here.
And hopefully Claire can buy enough time for Claudette to go ahead and get those gens done. She has taken Spirit not quite far enough from either of our 2 gens. She's kind of in an awkward position where she can't really get away from these gens without taking a hit there.
Yeah, and we also talk about how there's kind of that dead zone here, like in the edges or sides of the map. And for sure, that's what we were seeing right there, is we saw our survivor trying to deal with that a little bit, trying to make the Spirit miss, and it's not happening here. That is going to be a death hook. I think that if you're Claudette, you're just trying to open the gate and get out. We don't see Claudette at that hook right there, so possibly Claudette over on the other gate. Oh no, Spirit can see both gates.
Ooh, this is a pretty nasty setup here for Claudette on doors. Hopefully Claire bought her enough time to get one of these doors started at the very least, but it's looking like she hasn't really quite made it to either one of them. We could be seeing a play for Hatch here. Oh, unfortunately, Spirit finds the hatch first, which is going to force Claudette to have to open one of those doors to get out if she wants to gain any points for her team.
That is so unfortunate. Like, going ahead and really pressuring those doors, and the hatch just spawns in your lap. You gotta love it if you're Spirit, and if you're the survivor, you gotta hate it. And I don't know if anybody else is noticing what I'm noticing. We've got a speedy Spirit here.
It's indeed a very fast Spirit, which means Noed is in play. Noed has entered the chat, and his Spirit is chasing our Claudette down. Can she get the distance she needs? Doesn't look like it.
Looked like it was an attempted corner to. Oh no! Oh no! They were double exposed! This is Rancor! This is madness! Oh, poor Claudette, going ahead and getting all of the rage of the Spirit taken out on her. Oh, perfect play from DKD to go ahead and get as many points as they possibly could, getting the 4K here, putting some early pressure.
Yeah, this now puts a lot of pressure on 4 Dwights to try to make up that difference. Unfortunate for our survivors, but very beautiful plays from our Spirit here.
Yeah, definitely really good plays, honestly. From both sides. The survivors, I thought, were going to get multiple survivors out at one point, but the Spirit going ahead and saying, no. Hey, don't count me out of this. I got this.
She's like, hold my katana.
Exactly.
I mean, but actually, hold my katana while I hit you with it, you know?
I mean, I've got mine.
Oh, I wish I had. Oh, I do have a katana.
Ooh. We be the katana host here? Spirit
mine's
fans? Mine's not
room,
broken though, so mine's more Oni than Spirit. So it sounds as if it would have been better for DKD to go ahead and get the hook rather than the Mori there. Although the Mori was super exciting. I thank you, DKD, for it.
Absolutely. And it just goes to show that sometimes style is really cool, but it won't earn you any extra points there. Our killer does miss out on a couple of points because they didn't get any additional hook states in on Claudette before they got that beautiful Mori in.
Yeah, definitely. Mori doesn't count as like an entity kill. That is you taking the kill by your own hand. And so definitely got a little bit less points, but I don't know. With a point spread like 9-23, maybe you don't care as much right now. You were going for that style point. You're like, you know what? I earned this. I want to style on him. All right, and I am gonna go ahead and leave their lobby here and wait for an invite from probably Psycho Mantis, I would assume.
This does see us switching to 4 Dwights, 1 Locker, taking on that killer role. So we're going to be able to see how they handle the survivor side from DKD.
Yeah, for sure. And I think our killer here for 4 Dwights is going to be aiming to repeat the 4K, and we may see our killers really go out for blood here. Because an S tier was pulled out so early, we may see another S tier pulled out. I don't really want to see that a little bit. I want to see more of the off meta killers. I want to see how you're going to perform when the S tiers are not available. Go ahead and show me that. But it is looking like throughout the preseason, we've seen a lot of meta killers used. And I don't know. I think that's going to make the season exciting, because when all of these killers are used up, what are you bringing? You gave us no indication during the preseason.
Absolutely. I think there were 2 trains of thought coming into preseason. Do we practice our not S tier killers and see how they are holding up so far to these teams? Or do we bring our S tier killers and keep it a surprise what we're going to bring into the season? And I really think that almost everyone has decided, you know what? Let's keep it a surprise what everyone's going to see out there when we get into our regular season.
Yeah, and part of me hates that, honestly. Like, part of me's like, I want to see it, though. I want to know what you're doing. But it's fine. It's all good. And I unplugged my headphones.
Honestly, yeah. If I was in the position of any of these killers, I'm not a killer player, unfortunately, but if I was in the position of any of these killers, I would be taking this time to try out some of my off-meta killers. I understand maybe not wanting to show your entire hand, but there's only a couple games in the preseason, so it would really be a good chance to try out and measure yourself when you can't use those off-meta or those meta killers. What are you going to bring?
Yeah, I mean, it's really interesting, and we do see in the chat, Psycho Mantis confirms we won't bring an S tier. So,
Beautiful.
hey, I now don't know what to expect, and that gives me a little bit of excitement here. We don't know what financial stability is going to bring. Maybe an Oni? I mean, we saw a Spirit, right? And
Gotta keep it in the family.
keep it in the yes. Oh my gosh. I love it. I love it. I don't remember though. Remind me on the lore. Like, they are related, but isn't Oni like Spirit's like great grandfather or something technically?
Yes. So, actually, I read a lot of the Dead by Daylight lore, so this is something I can actually help you figure out. So, yes. Kazan Yamaoka, the Oni, and Rin Yamaoka, the Spirit, are actually related. Rin is his great times, several times over, great-granddaughter.
Nice.
Obviously through her father's side of the family.
Yeah, carrying the Yamaoka name, carrying it on, right? But I believe
Absolutely.
it ended with Rin.
Yes, unfortunately, the Yamaoka bloodline does end with Rin Yamaoka. And interesting tidbit, if you guys care about the lore at all, it is suspected that actually the person who was supposed to be pulled into the entity's realm was Rin's father. However, the rage that Rin felt at the unjust acts her father committed against her and her mother enticed the entity to choose her instead.
Dang. Amazing. I love the lore.
Fun
like
facts.
This game has so much lore, and your boy hasn't reviewed most of the lore, unfortunately. I'm more all about like the frame data, the like, hey, that crow left like 8 seconds ago, so, or that crow's coming back, so 8 seconds ago somebody disturbed it. Stuff like that. Like, I'm like, I love that stuff. That's the stuff I like. But the lore is really interesting too, so I want to read more about it. I just haven't yet. I love that you have.
If you guys haven't, I do fully recommend that you guys read out some of that lore. Some of it is actually really well done.
Yeah, these guys have done a great job with it. I'm gonna go ahead and hop into spectator though, because I believe financial stability is ready to go. Also, Psycho Mantis looks like he's saying that maybe they are bringing 2 S tiers, because he said, to be honest, he doesn't want to show teams the off-meta killers that they're good on, because they don't want people to really know what's up their sleeve. But we'll see. We'll see what they bring. They're kind of they're flip-flopping here. I don't know what to expect.
They're keeping us on our toes for sure here, but we are about to load into our match and find out just what financial stability is bringing to the table.
Yeah, and we are going to see our offerings here, which, guys, just to remind, this bloodied blueprint is going to spawn the basement in the killer shack, guaranteed. So on this map, that's actually probably better for our survivors. That makes this map a little bit more survivor-sided, knowing where the shack is. Let's go ahead and review those survivor rules, though, see how DKD can extend their lead. So, of course, they're looking for those generators, trying to finish those. First and second gen being 1 point, third and fourth being 2 points, and fifth gen being worth 3 points. But those escapes are more valuable at 1 point and 2 point respectively for the first two. But 4 points and 6 points for the third and fourth escape. That's a whole 10 points you can score just for 2 people escaping. And if you escape with 2 or more hook states remaining, you get a bonus point there for each person to do it. So for sure, take less hook states, go ahead and get as many of those 26 points as you can. For more on the rules, definitely type !rules in the chat. And we're almost ready to go. Are you ready, Shep?
I was born ready.
Who do you think we see here?
You know, I really have no guesses. I've been a little thrown off by what's going on in chat with Psycho Mantis trying to juke us out there. So I really have no idea what to expect.
Well,
but if our last preseason match was anything to go by, Financial Stability has proven he is a strong killer. And it looks like we are keeping it in the family here. We see the Oni has come out to play.
Oh, I love it. I love it. And we do see, like, that is my favorite sword for the Oni, like, in terms of cosmetics. So I love seeing this.
Very nice cosmetic on the sword there. And we have found our first survivor chasing him around this jungle gym here. Don't know why I couldn't think of the word. And he's going to take that hit and start gathering those blood orbs so he can start charging his power.
And you know, I go back and forth on that, but I think generally I don't like seeing Onis try to gather orbs in chase. It makes the chase take longer, and you can get those orbs just from hits. You can charge up your power in about 2 hits. So kind of interesting seeing we're just gonna go ahead and pressure the orbs in chase, but we do end up seeing maybe we're looking for a survivor here, and we find our survivor, so we do see the pressure happening here. And do we get the down? What amazing footwork by our Oni.
Beautiful use of that demon rush there, demon dash, my apologies. And I think that is a deadlock potentially. We saw a gen pop off in the corner.
Yeah, and I think we're also seeing, we saw a sprint burst here to avoid the hit, but it doesn't matter. We do see them get downed, but we do see Saber, or Pash Love Saber, getting picked right back up. So still only get 1 hook state out of this because we were trying to pressure and slug multiple survivors, but now you have multiple injured survivors, although they are resetting, that you may be able to get some blood orbs off of.
Absolutely. And I was going to say earlier, it is interesting for Financial Stability to be collecting blood orbs so early, but that gives him the opportunity to immediately use his power and get some of that pressure out. And if our survivors hadn't been on top of picking each other up, he could have gotten 2 hooks like almost immediately for 1 generator.
Yeah, I think the point of that is definitely to go ahead and attempt to, oh, nice little swing there, actually getting the hit. But I think you're trying to cause the survivors to snowball, and that's the reason that you go ahead and collect those orbs and pressure so early.
Absolutely. So a lot of thought put into how this game is being played right now.
I would agree for sure. And we are seeing our ace W gaming away, trying to pull the Oni away from that hook. We do see more scratch marks going towards the hook, but now away from the hook. So somebody considered getting the save, but went ahead and left. So we do see a confirmed second state here for our Oni.
If I were these survivors, I would be trying to reset at the very least if we can't get our teammate off the hook, because at this point they are just feeding him those blood orbs and allowing him to get his power. But we do see another gen pop off in the distance, so that is 2 gens down for DKD right now.
Yeah, I think honestly at the point that we're at right now, I kind of want to see DKD just go ahead and pressure out as many gens as possible. Looks like they did just take out a totem there, and we'll see if that gen's still regressing right there, but it didn't look like it was, which might mean that could have been our ruin. But we do see Deadlock was off in the distance at the shack, so we do know somebody was over there for sure. Oh man, and they do get the unhook. That was worthwhile. And Ace going ahead and giving himself up, saying, yeah, you can hook me, just don't touch my friend. He's on death hook, I don't want it to happen.
Yep, Ace taking the trade there so that his teammate can hopefully get away. However, Oni is going to use those blood orbs and go after Feng Min here and get that down. Unfortunately, they couldn't clear out of the area quite fast enough.
Yeah, now we see the hook one, slug one mentality here, and popping power here. Now anybody who's injured is no longer dropping blood orbs, so a perfect opportunity to try to get your reset. Oh, sprint bursting away is our Meg. Oh, pulling in a locker. End Oni's power.
Locker pull there. So this forces, there's probably no gen pressure being put out right now. Oh, but we do see a decisive strike from Arnea there, hopping into the lock to try and force the pickup so that she can get some use out of that, allowing her teammates to pick one of them off the ground.
Can I say that was a high tier play?
My apologies.
That was super high tier because I got tricked. That means that we had Nancy over there with the Nia, and the Nia went ahead and pretended to be on the gen. The Nancy got off the gen, proccing ruin, so you thought that it was the Nia on the gen, and then you go ahead, you pick up Nia and get DS'd because Nia actually still had it and made the high tier move to bait the grab. That's amazing.
Absolutely. Some mind games going on both sides. We do see Fango on the hook for a fresh hook on her, earning our killer some points here. And we have found another survivor.
Yeah, and we are seeing our Oni making use of all the blood orbs that are around. Our Oni charged up power without having to worry too much about like where the survivors were trying to get in chase. Look at all these blood orbs just laying around here, right? So definitely looking pretty good for our Oni. We do see another totem fall. I do expect that one was probably Ruin. Tough to say. Haven't seen a gen yet, so don't know for sure.
That could have been our Ruin Undying combo taken off the board. Unfortunate for our killer, but it looks like he's going to be able to get that second state on Feng Min.
Yeah, confirming second status on a lot of our survivors here. And looking like... Oh, he was blocking the window actually from our ace, so our ace wasn't able to take that. But do we get... We do get this!
And we do a beautiful curve in that power to get the down on ace there. And it looks like he's going to go back and check on this hook just to make sure there are no shenanigans going on. Unfortunately for our survivors, he does find them, but we see he chews through that borrowed time on Feng Min, Feng taking the hit for her teammate to ensure that they can maybe stay on their feet there.
Yeah, and the pickup right here makes me scared because
those pallets are dangerous.
I was thinking we saw Fang head this way and we're picking up right now. That could be danger, but works out in Oni's favor.
That is going to be a second stage hook on ace here, which is actually worth more points than the progression.
Yeah, indeed. It is worth one extra point there. So for sure, financial stability, making the most of the points that he can. Ooh, was that a dead hard?
Do you believe that might have been a dead hard there? Fang buys herself a little bit of time. Her teammates have popped another gen off in the distance. However, it is not enough. Fang will go down here. And we see them working on another generator with one gen deadlocked in the distance.
Yeah, and I think this is Death Hook, if I remember right. Yes, it is.
This will be. He did confirm that second stage progression on Feng Min, so Feng Min is now out of the game with one generator left. I think DKD can still potentially pull off some escapes, but we were proven wrong the last time we thought this in our last game.
Yeah, definitely. And basically everybody but Nancy is on Death Hook at this point. So I think if you're DKD, Nancy is who you want to be in chase. You don't want anyone else getting found. And unfortunately we saw Nia and oh no! Ace! You got caught, my dude. Unfortunate.
We found two survivors in one area while Oni has his power, which means he can just one hit down both of them here if he can keep up this pressure. Slugging one to go after, I believe this is our Nancy.
It
and
is.
Getting them both down. Unfortunate.
And I heard what sounded like a rushed vault actually after Nancy was already down on the right side of the screen there. So I think that possibly our Nia is looking to go pick up our Nancy. But I think if you're Oni, you actually want to go confirm the hook on Nancy to go ahead and put some more pressure down. Instead, we see, oh, there's our survivor. There they are. But they're going to get to Nancy first, and we may see Nancy get picked up here. Now you still have 2 survivors to chase.
Absolutely. If Nancy has been recovering this entire time, Neo will get that pick up on Nancy, and it's off to the races once more as Oni starts using those blood orbs to track down where his injured survivor has gone. And he does want to get this hook on Nancy to secure more points because that first hook is very valuable.
That first hook only being worth 1 point, but definitely if you... or 2 points, but definitely if you go ahead and can force the progressions too, it would be worth even more if you force one survivor to be the only one to get out.
Absolutely.
Oh, Oni having power here, popping power, that is definitely what I expected to see. I was like, I saw the swing, and with Oni already having power, kind of questioned, but there it is. There's what we like to see. And looking for our final survivor as well is our Oni. This could spell disaster for our survivors.
He is going to take off in the last direction he saw Nea heading. Not quite finding her just yet, though, and I think it's pretty risky of him to leave Nancy down here. He does want to secure that first hook on her.
Yeah, I think you go ahead, put the pressure down, because if the survivor elects not to save, that's not a bad thing, you know? Oh.
Absolutely. And putting her on that hook will force Nea to make a choice. Does she go for her teammate, or does she wait out the death and try to escape that way?
Yeah, and I think if you are the Nea, I think that you do just like give up the points there and go ahead and just allow for Nancy to die and try to take the hatch or door if you can. Oh.
And our killer here looking for a sign of one of our survivors. I don't remember if this was where he downed Nancy.
Yeah, we heard Nancy off to the left, but as we see, Oni is not worried about the Nancy right now. Oni's looking to pressure out the 4K here, and I don't know if we see the Nea. I think the Nea is hiding out very well, and you gotta worry about a bleed out possibly, so I think you have to put the survivor on hook.
Absolutely. I think the smart move here would be to pick her up and put her on hook, because it at least forces the game to go one of two ways. Or at least for our survivor to make a decision one of two ways. And we do see Nea commits to finishing that last gen, getting all 5 generators complete for DKD here, but giving her position away to our killer.
Yeah, but she's not dropping blood orbs, so our Oni can't use anything to track. So it definitely still very good for DKD. And if you notice, Pashlove Saber is looking at bleeding out at this point if Oni does not find our Nancy. So for sure, looking at possibly giving up all of those progression points, really worrying me right now if I'm... for Dwights one locker. Those points are super valuable. If you don't get them, DKD stays out in front in this lead.
Absolutely, which will force this third game to have a lot more pressure for our killer.
Yeah, and we do see Pash bleed out here. That is very, very unfortunate for our killer on 4 Dwights one locker. Confirming that hook would have resulted in more points.
Yeah, very unfortunate, but it does look like we find Nea and get her down. And there is no one to save her at this pallet, so she will go on the hook. And I do believe Nea is on death hook here.
Yes.
I mean, either way, she's dead, but...
She was death hook.
And not, I mean, technically a 4K as all survivors died, but our killer here did starve himself of some points, unfortunately, by letting Nancy bleed out, and she hadn't been hooked.
Definitely. Yeah, and we do see, if you look at the point spread here, it's 30 to 34. And you gotta wonder if they went ahead and hooked that survivor instead. Two points for the initial hook, 1 point for one progression, and another 2 points for the last progression to death. That would have given them the lead.
Absolutely. And you gotta wonder what was going on through our killer's mind here that he made that decision to sacrifice the points on Nancy in favor of trying to find Naya.
Yeah, I think even if you give up the one escape is only worth 1 point to the survivors. So for sure, interesting strategy to see. And yes, this is preseason, so it is the opportunity where you can learn those lessons. But for sure, I think our killer definitely left points on the table and really let DKD keep the lead here. Otherwise, I don't know. I don't know that they keep the lead for DKD. I think that Dwights would have had the lead here and really put some pressure on DKD. Now you have to do it in this last matchup. You have to, or you have to do it in the third matchup to go ahead and actually take the lead here.
Yeah, try to gain those points that you unfortunately starved yourself of. But maybe this is a confidence play on our killer's part. Maybe he's not worried about the second match here.
Yeah, I don't know. It's really tough to say, actually.
I do want to note we did see some interesting perks come out on the survivor side. Somebody in chat pointed out that Fang actually had second wind, and it took her from, I believe, needing to mend to just injured.
Yeah, definitely was broken when they got hit with the BT, but not getting the full points that they, or not the full heal that they were hoping for.
Unfortunately, not quite the full value out of that point, but I do like to see a variety in perks here. In comp, you do see a lot of the same perks, so seeing something like Second Wind is exciting to say the least.
Yeah, definitely. And now having seen Oni come out, who do you think we see from Psycho here?
I don't know. I really think it could be anything at this point. I think we are going to probably see a higher tier killer. Honestly, I kind of want to see somebody play Trapper, but I feel like that might just be wishful thinking on my part.
It definitely could be. I don't say Trapper's a bad pick. Not on this map for sure.
Especially not with his new buffs. His rework to his kit.
Indeed.
Being what it is.
I saw the note there. I saw the note. I think that we could also see a Bubba here. With Basement being in Shack, though, we won't see like a Basement Insidious Bubba, I don't think. But maybe see a Bubba.
Although we have seen our killers be pulled to the Shack area quite a few times during these past two matches, so it could be a possibility that we do see a Basement Bubba for at least a little bit.
Maybe. You know somebody I want to see that I haven't seen, actually?
Who do you want to see that you haven't seen yet?
I actually want to see a Wraith. We haven't seen a Wraith in a little while in this preseason.
Oh, very interesting. We really haven't seen a Wraith. I think Wraith's rework, his small nerf came at a really awkward time, and that could be leaving a lot of our killers to maybe hold off on using him since they have to adjust to that slight delay or that slight reduction in his lunge coming out of cloaking.
I would agree, and I have a soft spot for some Wraith. Like
I do hate playing against Wraith.
you hate playing against Wraith. I hate playing against him as well, but I love playing as him. He's a very fun killer to play, and I really like his new outfit from the new Rift. Have you seen that?
Yeah, his new outfit is very, very nice.
That weapon be spicy. I want it.
Oh, spicy. Ooh, spicy.
Lord Dracula,
I'm gonna
give
throw
it to
in my hat for things I want to see played as a Legion main. I want somebody to bring out Legion. I'm more wishful thinking on my end, though. Legion is not the strongest. Fun, not good.
I see. I mean, Legion could be fun. Legion could be fun. Looking at the other killers that we haven't seen that I'd kind of want to see. Oh man, it sounds like Rambo wants us to see a Cenobite. So if anybody's listening and wants to appease our producer here, bring Cenobite now. But I don't think I want to see Cenobite, actually, personally. I'm going, oh no, Cenobite. I hate facing Cenobite right now.
You know what, though? Cenobite, especially with the add-ons he is allowed, I think that could prove for some very intense gameplay, a lot of difficulty for our survivors to go against there, considering how strong his power can be sometimes, especially in the right hands. I've seen some people do some pretty gross things with Cenobite when they summon his chains through the portal.
I mean, that's true. That's true. And Cenobites that find the box on a regular basis and just like make all of the survivors like hate living in the trial. Yeah. That's pretty powerful.
Very, very difficult.
Yeah, I hate that. Chain Hunt just makes like doing survivor actions impossible. Ugh.
Yeah, Chain Hunt is very, very difficult. But I am seeing some people making some guesses in chat. Somebody's asking for a Pyramid Head. Rachel, after my own heart, asking for Ghosty Boy. That's who I'd like to see.
Psycho saying that it's Blight time. Psycho Mantis over here. Yeah, he's saying that he's bringing Blight. Psycho is our killer, so maybe. I'm waiting on our survivors here. They don't look like they are ready because I see 2 flashlights. You can't do that. Can't do that. Psycho Mantis don't want it.
Yeah, we definitely need to see our survivors fix those items, because that is a penalty, I believe, for them if they bring in double of items.
Yeah, definitely.
If you want to check out what all the rules are, you guys in chat can type !rules and see what exactly our survivors can and cannot bring into the match.
For sure. Oh my gosh. Guys, I don't know if you can read that pregame chat. I asked the players about the 2 flashlights, and Psycho Mantis over here doing psycho things, going ahead and saying, no, that's not flashlight. That's fake flashlight. It has firecracker inside. Oh my goodness. No batteries in here, just firecrackers.
When your survivor throws the flashlight and you're like, how did you do that? And then it explodes and you're like, how did you do that? Really, our survivors trying to keep our killers on their toes here, truly, in our preseason.
You know, I think that would be funny if Behavior did that for an event. Like, you brought a key and like killers were like, oh, they have a key, and you just throw the key at them and it just firecrackers, and it's like, what?
I'm honestly still hoping that Behavior will one day let us just throw our empty items at the killer.
Oh my gosh.
Like the size strike or whatever you want it.
I mean, give everybody basically Pebble at any time. This med kit empty.
Yeet.
Yeah, I love it.
Oh no.
It would be so good. I kind of want to see that.
We're loading to our match here too. Everyone has readied up, and we are getting ready to load into match 3.
Yeah, and let's go ahead and review those ban rules. We talked about it a little bit, or penalties we talked about. Let's review the ban rules to see what could cause a penalty. All right, so guys, definitely you can only bring one of each perk and item. There is a duplicate BT allowed because BT kind of necessary, right? Banned perks include Haunted Ground, Starstruck, and Prove Thyself. Because I mean, these survivors are already making gens fly off the shelves. We don't need to help them any further. The killer uses are limited to twice a season in the regular season, but this is preseason. And survivors are limited to 1 character per team. We don't want to see 4 Michaelas. Keep that out of here. That's toxic. Any violations are subject to penalties, and definitely use !rules to view those penalties if you so choose. Oh my lord. So we are about to load in. Do you think we believe Psycho Mantis and see a blight here?
I don't know if I believe anything.
Uh,
Gonna hold my tongue and not make a fool of myself here, because I'll probably be very wrong no matter what I say.
I'm gonna say that he doesn't bring Huntress. That is my Huntress? What? I meant Blight. I
You might be right. He might not bring Huntress either.
Yeah, he's not bringing Huntress either, guys. For sure, he's not bringing Huntress, not Blight. We'll see what he brings.
We have seen quite a few Huntresses in our preseason here.
Oh man.
And it looks like we are seeing the twins come out to play from Psycho Mantis.
Yeah, and did you notice what I did? I think somebody had a controller or keyboard issue. They threw their firecracker immediately, giving away their location. Michaela, you're not supposed to cast spells like that, okay?
That was a very clever ploy on our survivor's part to draw attention. I do believe that might have been a small issue there. Victor has come out and is tracking our injured Michaela here around the shack, charging up that pounce to maybe, oh, not quite. And Fang coming in to intervene and save her teammate, but does not get the body block. Michaela will go down, and Charlotte is moving in to get the pickup. Fang Min was there, but she does not have enough time to pick Michaela up before Charlotte gets to them.
Yeah, that's crazy play from Psycho Mantis, being a Twins main, to go ahead and go over the top of Fang Min and be able to get Michaela there because he knows the arc at which Victor travels. That is crazy. He's got a crazy amount of hours in Twins though, so not uncommon to see from a Twins main.
Absolutely. That was a very nice aim with Victor there, and now he's going off maybe to find our Fang here, his corrupt intervention off in the distance. He is in his uncorrupt zone. We do see a survivor in the basement. First hook down there can be pretty rough on our other survivors here.
You know, I didn't think we would see a basement Bubba, and now we're seeing like somebody hooked in basement immediately. I didn't think this was gonna happen.
And Victor is going for a ride with Ace off in the distance there. Someone has tried to sneak out under Charlotte's nose to get that unhook. She's going to make Fang Min pay for that with a little bit of blood there, and she's going to continue to chase our Michaela.
Yeah, and Fang Min is towards the basement. We know Fang Min has that flashlight, so of course our twins, our Charlotte, is very wary of that.
And we see as she hooks Michaela once again, Ace gets rid of Victor there, so allowing Psycho Mantis to recall or to put Victor out once more, and he finds Fang immediately.
Nice, dead hard, but not able to go ahead and pressure. Oh, getting locked in a locker is our Fang. Definitely Psycho Mantis, I think, recalled Victor from Ace, actually. Ace was not electing to crush, but Charlotte decided, you know what? I need my brother back. Let me go ahead and tell him to come back.
A good choice that was for her, because that sees Fang Min going on the hook after trapping herself in a locker there with Victor. But we do see our survivors resetting. Fang Min has bought them enough time to at least get Michaela, who is on Death Hook now, healed up. However, we have not seen any more gen progress.
Yeah, and with that hook, Dwights does take the lead, so definitely... Oh, wait a minute. I think that's a tie now. But they did have the lead for a brief second before it got tied.
And I do think we are seeing a little bit of deadlock over on that gen next to the one they just finished. We have also found a survivor that has not seen any damage yet, so Psycho Mantis is going to go ahead and chase after our Meg here. But he is not going to commit, interesting. He's going to instead respond to the unhook.
Yeah, I think the unhook is the only injured survivor, so I think that makes a little bit of sense, but I think you send out Victor here. Now, because instead, walking with Charlotte, you've allowed all of the survivors to heal up.
And we do see that everyone is reset here, so this makes Psycho Mantis' job a little harder. He's got to first catch that Fang Min and then re-injure her before he can get another hook.
Yeah, and we do see the breaking of the pallet here, but our Fang Min is doing a good job of wasting the time, allowing for other survivors to keep going on here. We do notice, though, that Ruin is still up, so if Psycho Mantis can pressure these gens enough, we may see these survivors snowball a bit, but that's definitely going to take a good amount of pressure from Psycho.
Absolutely. And Psycho Mantis choosing not to keep chasing the Fang and instead transferring to Ace here. Ooh, and getting that down at that pallet. That is absolutely nasty there. Ace will go down to Victor.
Yeah, definitely. Anytime you get animation locked, such as a vault, that makes it pretty easy for our Victor to go ahead and down you.
Pretty risky decisions, especially with a Victor right on top of you. Charlotte will go ahead and get that pickup to take that hook state.
Yep, and we will see whoever broke that totem is running around.
Switching back to Victor here, potentially to punish that totem, and we do find Michaela. Unfortunately for her, Psycho Mantis will pick up Chase here and is going to loop with her over around these cars. Kind of pretty close to where Ace is hooked, though.
I would agree. Wow, what a pounce! Oh man!
Over the cars to attach Victor to Michaela there. That was beautiful. Our survivors do pop another generator.
Oh my gosh, this is great. Our survivors are definitely doing a good job, but our twins also showing us what they can do. Oh man. Oh man, we got two survivors here.
Try to prevent this unhook here.
Oh man, go ahead and chase down that Meg. Yes, we love to see it.
Getting her down. And it looks like she's going to leave Meg slugged a little bit to try and get some injured states distributed among our survivors, or maybe even potentially re-down Ace here.
Yeah, I think I would hit Fang in that situation, but we don't see that happen, and so I think that we will see Pashlove Saber get up here, and we do.
We do. But this is 3 survivors injured, and it looks like we're going to try to use Victor to get a down state here.
All right, so we do incapacitate our Fang there, and that means everybody's injured. That does bode well.
Absolutely. Psycho Mantis putting out an insane amount of pressure on our survivors here, chasing down our Michaela, who is on death hook. She's going to run him to the corner to try and buy her teammates some time, but she will go down to Charlotte's sickle.
Yeah, and that will result in another hook here, and that should give 4 Dwights 1 Locker the lead, if only for now.
Absolutely. And unfortunately, with Fang Min taking Victor for a ride, that puts their flashlight out. So it does look like Michaela is now out of this game, leaving 3 survivors. However, there is only 1 generator left. So I think they can make a play here to potentially get at least a 2 out, possibly a 3 out, depending on who we find here. It looks like Ace has healed up, but we have found another injured survivor in the Fang Min.
Oh man, it looks like almost got away with a little bit there. Ace trying to crush Victor, but was instead not able to because it went to the heel instead.
Which is rather unfortunate. He does get the kick off, but Fang Min will go on that hook, and Ace did not clear out in time.
Oh no, got the unhook here, but do you have BT for our Fang here or nah? Looks like
running Charlotte's base is rather risky, especially since she has access to Victor right now.
Yeah, and it does look like we are seeing a possible second wind here. And I think that we'll see it proc, and we do. Second wind procs.
There we go. Second wind once again coming into play and saving our Fang Min from a pretty nasty situation, but that still leaves her 2 teammates injured. And it doesn't look like anybody is working on a generator right now.
No, it doesn't look like. And, you know, interestingly enough, second wind, I wonder if they're stacking that with Vigil. If they are, I think that's a really smart play because take that broken status away faster, get that heal up.
But it does look like Ace will go down here, switching back to Charlotte, leaving Victor to guard this generator while she goes to claim her prize.
Oh, but Ace able to get up because of the possible med kit play from Meg. Gotta love to see it on the survivor end. Going ahead and still leaving all of these survivors alive here. They are playing very well together, and I think, yep, we will see that pallet drop. And Psycho Mantis deciding, all right, I'm not chasing you anymore. I gotta pressure these gens. You're taking me away from my current objective.
Absolutely. Going back to check these generators, potentially pushing them off from making any progress. We do see some scratch marks, and who have we found? I'm thinking it's going to be our Feng Min, because I don't see any blood pools around. And Victor guarding that gen gives him information there. We do find Ace has come back to try to work on this generator.
Yeah, and that has resulted in them going down, and we will see Charlotte go ahead and pressure. I do believe Ace is Death Hook as well, so that is... I believe
so as well.
That is not good for our Ace. Oh, adrenaline!
Oh, is that an adrenaline play? Ace getting back to his feet. However, it looks like we will trade Meg for Ace.
Oh, yeah, because we have no edge. So you may have gotten the adrenaline play, but...
Ooh, but that is 2 survivors on the ground.
Yeah, and we are going to see Meg get hooked here. And it looks like we might just see Feng Min opening a gate and possibly taking the out here.
Honestly, against Noed with twins out, I would not blame Feng Min for just getting the heck out of there.
You know, especially because Victor can actually lock you in to getting hit a little bit there, or not being able to get out.
Absolutely. And actually, Psycho Mantis is playing this very smart, using Victor to keep tabs on Ace, but also using Charlotte to guard this Megan to prevent anyone. Oh, but it looks like we do find Feng Min picking up Ace off the ground there.
Yeah, and they're going for Meg. They might be able to make the play.
Unfortunately, Charlotte's going to cut him off before he can get to that door. And down Ace goes.
Yeah, and now we do have Charlotte right next to the only open door.
Yep, so this puts our survivors in quite the predicament. Ace on second hook here, but our only door being guarded by Charlotte. And Noed is still on the table.
Yeah.
Victor coming out to go check that other door for our other survivors. The smart play here would be for them to be working on that. And he does indeed see there is some progress on this door. They will take the 2 out, leaving Ace behind.
Yeah, but that is a 10 hook 2K, so that will result in, for Dwights, 1 locker. Probably having the lead here.
Yep.
Oh man, what a good what good play from our survivors and from our killer there.
He's back.
All right, and so it looks like I may have actually been kicked from... Nope, I am here indeed. I'm going to go ahead and get back our Shep Cam.
Hello.
Shep Cam, come back.
No.
Sorry, funny Discord things, you know. Discord be funny sometimes. We like that.
Just Discord things.
Oh, Discord.
You know how it goes. But it does look like For Dwights One Locker will take the lead in that game, with DKD getting a 2 out against the Twins with Noed. Not too shabby.
For sure.
On either side, honestly.
This is really close and gonna come down to this final trial. And yo, shout out to Champions of the Fog going ahead and rating with a party of 37. Appreciate you, fam.
Welcome into all of our Raiders. You have come in just in time. We are moving into our final game of our first match of the day. And we have a really close matchup here between Dwights, Locker and DKD. Really under 10 points separates them at this current moment. So it's really going to come down to this next game to see who takes it.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. I'm going to go ahead and join who I think our killer's going to be here, but this is a lot of points on the table that could result in either of these teams winning. Only a 4-point spread. That's really easy to overcome, but also pretty easy to extend. All comes down to this.
Absolutely. And we've seen some fantastic gameplay from both sides here. Shout out to both of these teams. They've really brought their A game. Even though this is still just preseason, we are seeing a lot of promise for what is to come.
Yeah. And this is the final week of the preseason. Of course, we are going to see the regular season starting next week, starting on Wednesday. So for sure, road to the final verdict has almost begun. After today, road to the final verdict has begun.
And make sure you guys get in those channel points to predict who is going to win. Oops. Pardon me. Who is going to win this next round, and who is going to take the win for our for this preseason match between DKD and Dwights Locker. I do love their name. Very funny.
Yeah, it's pretty good. It's definitely pretty good. Yeah, who has the Indeed counter? What are we at so far?
I cannot say. I cannot say.
I hear funny jokes from our producers saying 1,376. I don't think I've even said that many words. No, I definitely have. Never mind. Let me go ahead.
You definitely hit that word count.
Yeah,
today.
I definitely hit that word count. And we're going to surpass that for sure. So indeed, we will pass that if we haven't already, but I think we did.
You're just feeding them to me. We're eating today.
I just I wanted to make sure that your writing hand is well practiced, like just go ahead and
I appreciate it greatly.
Get those tally marks, make sure that wrist movement is perfect, And
for all of our viewers out there today, if you want to make sure and support Vigo's Court, we are already getting all of your support just by you being here and joining us and cheering on these teams. But if you want to do more, go ahead and check out our Patreon at patreon.com/Vigo's Court.
Oh yeah, and I'm waiting for an invite from our killer lobby. I don't think that was it, so definitely still looking for that. But who do you expect to see in this last trial, Shep?
I don't know. I feel like because the game is so close, we might see another S tier killer come out just to try to close that gap there. That would be what I would be trying to do. Even though this is preseason, I know that our killers and both teams are really going to be trying their hardest to pull out a win here. So yeah. We might see another Blight. We might see another Nurse.
Ooh, you think we see Blight or Nurse? I think Blight could be good on this, but tough to say. I am checking to see if maybe I got a friend request or something. I still haven't seen anything from our killer here. It will be DKD killing once more to end the entire thing here. So for sure, just kind of waiting on that.
Make sure you get those prediction points in. You've got a couple seconds left. Who do you guys think is going to take this match? Will it be Dwights Locker or DKD taking the win home today?
It looks like right now all the money is on Dwights Locker. So if DKD pulls this out, somebody's gonna win quite bit of channel points. That's crazy.
Absolutely.
Oh man, your boy Q saying, I want to see my humongous, humorous friend, the clown. I love that.
Wouldn't that be the first time we've seen a clown in our preseason here? So this could be the time to pull him out and let him play.
Yeah, I would agree. This may be the time. This is really interesting, but I have heard that they actually can't invite me. And if they can't invite me, let me make sure.
Psychoman is in chat playing with my feelings, teasing us with the potential of a double Eerie Myers. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like the game has gone the way it would need to ensure that.
Dang. You know, I still think we could see we could see some Myers play. Why not? Why not? See some Tombstone Myers. I'd be a fan.
I mean, I am definitely in support of DKD pulling out a Myers here.
I'd be a fan. Whoop. All right, sweet. I think that I've invited 4 Dwights now, so we should be pretty close to start time, unless. Psychomantis, feel free to join on me. Oh no. I see Intimidator over here saying, I think 4 Dwights, 1 Locker should have an exception to be able to play 4 Dwights. You know, that would be...
Only if one of them is the Christmas box and the other one is the elf, though.
Oh
Only way I would accept that.
Dwelf on the shelf.
Dwelf on a shelf, Christmas box off in the distance.
Oh my gosh. That would be really unfortunate for the killers. So, unfortunately, we can't let that happen, you know? But I agree. I think any time that 4 Dwights, 1 Locker is swiffing, and if Psycho Mantis is streaming, I want to see 4 Dwights, all right? I don't want to see anything but. Also, if you can figure out how to get all 4 Dwights in 1 locker, amazing. That'd be kind of creepy, though. I will say I have seen a bug where 2 survivors were able to get into a locker. It was a Lori and a Jill, actually. And so it was really weird because when I opened the locker, both of them looked scared, and you could see both of their faces, and it's like, huh, what were you doing in there?
Just like, what are you guys... What is happening here? What in the entity's name are you doing?
What are you doing? Did I interrupt something?
Like, sorry, whoa, sorry.
Now
whoa,
you have to die for your sins.
Not okay. On the hook you go.
Yeah, it was crazy. It was crazy. So, definitely the entity over here, like, all right, 2 people on the hook. Or 2 people in the locker can't allow for it. Can't allow for it. And for some reason, my Discord keeps restarting here. So we lost Shepcam again. I hate losing Shepcam. Can't lose Shepcam.
Discord just does not like me.
No, it's not even Discord doesn't
people.
like you. Discord installed 2 different updates during stream today. It's like, hey, I know you didn't tell me to, but I think we should just update and restart. What do you think? I think that's
you want an update?
Horrible.
Because I got an update for you.
No, I don't. 2 of them in one day? Excuse? I don't approve. I don't approve, Discord. Don't approve.
2 updates, 1 Discord.
Oh no. This is like 4 Dwights, 1 Locker all again?
Yeah.
Oh no.
Fell back to 4 Dwights, 1 Locker there.
Jeez. Well, we do see 2 firecrackers. Is this where Psycho Mantis tells me, no, that's fake firecracker. That's actually flashlight?
Fake firecracker, it's actually a toolbox.
Oh no. Imagine. Fake medkit, it's actually a key. Oh no. This is gonna go on forever.
Key when keys don't work anymore.
You know, what's actually funny is the fact that I actually had seen. Oh shoot! I need to move to spectator. There we go. I actually had seen a. Oh shoot! I lost my complete train of thought. Sorry, I'm gonna go ahead and defer to you. Crash and burn on the train of thought today.
Vader, who are you hoping to see in this matchup here? So I don't know if we discussed that.
This one, I want to see a Huntress, actually. I love Huntress. I've been having a lot of fun with her. I don't know if any of you have been seeing my stream for sure, but I recently have played her a little bit more. I love getting the snipes. The good snipes.
Yeah, I mean, Huntress in the right hands is a formidable opponent, but it looks like we're loading into our game here, so we're going to find out the answer to our question. Who is our killer bringing in today?
Indeed. I think that I think our killer will probably bring another S tier, even though I still want to see a Huntress. And that is a 2-point penalty versus 4 Dwights for not bringing the offerings the way they needed to there.
Unfortunate with the game so close that they end up starving themselves again of a couple of points there.
Yeah, with the point spread of only 4 to begin with, taking a 2-point penalty would be really detrimental here. And so for sure, let's go ahead and spectate here, get into this game.
And if you guys are wondering about our rules and what offerings the survivors are supposed to bring, make sure you guys type !rules in chat there. Let's see, it looks like we are seeing Nurse come out to play. She has entered the chat and has found our first survivor here.
Yeah, and this is pretty early to find Chase, especially with the Nurse. That's kind of already spells a lot of pressure on our survivor. Oh no, the short blink.
Oh, and immediately getting that first down, tricking our Sybil here and putting her on the hook with Corrupt still up and all gens not completed. No gens completed. That was a better way to say that.
Oh,
it looked like we saw some sparks flying there.
Yeah, I do believe we are seeing Ruin. We did unfortunately hit a rock there. Otherwise, could have put more pressure down on this Dwight. But for sure, our Nurse is performing very well. No gens done. We're going to see 2 hooks already. We do see the unhook on the Sybil there. But that short blink was quite the move.
Absolutely, and a quick recovery from our Nurse from that missed swing. She will get Dwight down, and she's now going to go and see who she can find. Unfortunately, finding Sybil hiding out in the garage. Down she goes with Dwight also still on the hook.
Yeah, definitely. Looks like we're worried about our decisive play here. Personally, I think I would go ahead and pick up, because if you remove decisive this early in the game, you don't have to worry about it later.
Absolutely do want to try to starve those survivors of their resources. We see 1 gen pop up in the distance, and Dwight gets unhooked as our Nurse begins chase with Claudette here.
Yeah, we do indeed see that our survivor is going to go ahead and not double back here. Gonna go ahead and W game. I think they learned from Sybil.
Absolutely, and sometimes the best thing a survivor can do is to W game. Hopefully, Financial Stability has bought enough time here for his teammates to go ahead and pick up their Sybil, and they do get the pickup, so that takes a lot of pressure off of their shoulders here.
Yeah, I don't know if you noticed it, but when Sybil went down, she was next to a totem, and it looks like they just went ahead, took the time to pop the totem before picking Sybil up. Smart move by these survivors.
Absolutely, and we find Sybil here once again, as well as Michaela. So let's see who our Nurse decides to pick on, and it looks like she's gonna go after Joker here.
Yeah, and I don't know if you heard, but I heard a Dwight in the background as well. That was kind of running away from there as well. So we did know where all 3 survivors were right there, and we know, of course, the 4th survivor was on the hook. So if you're Nurse, you have full knowledge of where they were at one point in time. So you're feeling pretty good about taking this chase over here and now going back to your other hook, trying to confirm a second state.
And unfortunately, that puts DKD in the lead by 5 points already with 2 survivors on hook. But we do see the deliverance play from Michaela, it looks like, which relieves some of the pressure off of our survivors of having 2 of their teammates hooked very close to one another against a very high mobility killer.
Yeah, but let's not forget that both Michaela and our Psycho Mantis are injured here, and Psycho Mantis is being chased right now.
Absolutely, and Psycho Mantis trying to loop around this tree and use it to the best of his abilities. Unfortunately, he is in a dead zone, and he will go down to the Nurse.
Yeah, we do see financial stability being healed up here, which does bode well for our survivors. However, Joker is still injured, so Joker needs to be as immersed as possible and not go down and give it any more pressure to this killer.
Absolutely, and hopefully our survivors are doing what they can to put pressure out on these generators. However, our killer has found somebody, some scratch marks indicating that there's a survivor poking around in this corner.
Yeah, and it looks like it's our Sybil. Gonna go ahead and stun, but you've already been hit. Oh no! Sybil trying to run away, but getting downed. This is definitely excellent for DKD. DKD trying to show that, hey, we are a really strong killer team, and we will go ahead and lay down the hammer.
Absolutely, and that is a second state on Sybil, even as Dwight is unhooked off in the distance. Nurse blinking to try to respond to that and potentially keep up the pressure that she's got, ignoring this generator that's rather far progressed right next to her.
Yeah, and I think that's fine. We did see Nurse have deadlock, so we do know that Nurse is betting on that small amount of slowdown there, and you have 4 gens left, so you're totally fine allowing that to happen, because there's so many gens that the survivors need to progress that
Absolutely.
You at least have like a minute and a half of deadlock left to use.
Absolutely, and unfortunately for our survivors, Michaela uses a dead hard to gain herself some distance, but it's not quite enough to prevent her from getting put on that hook once more.
Yeah, and if you're paying attention, kids at home, that is everyone being on death hook at this point. So mighty unfortunate for our survivors. That's going to be tough to overcome.
Absolutely, they do manage to finish another generator, leaving them with 3 left to do. But with everybody on death hook, this can be pretty scary for them right now.
Yeah, and we do see Psycho Mantis is going to be the first to exit the trial, and versus a nurse like this, we do see Joker getting reset here, but all of the pressure is on our survivors at this point. I don't think that if you're Nurse, you're feeling much of any pressure at this point.
Absolutely, she has immediately found another survivor, and that's one really nice thing about this Nurse. Oh, immediately getting the down on Michaela at the window. Unfortunately, she couldn't vault fast enough to avoid getting downed. But it looks like our Nurse is going to elect to actually leave her slugged a little bit and put some of this pressure out there on our survivors.
Yeah, I wonder if they're worried about some DS action just because they didn't end up seeing it. Like, they didn't wait to see if Sybil had it, and so now they are worried with Joker, who we did see use the Deliverance.
Absolutely, and now would be the time to be mindful of those things, because our survivors have finished another generator. There's only 2 left, and any time that they can buy for themselves is time to get another generator done. So our Nurse is really going to want to play smart here and make sure that she is not dedicating too many resources into one thing and not paying attention to either the health of the survivors or the generators.
Yeah, we do see financial stability running around there. We do want to probably see our Nurse go ahead and get some downs here and probably pursue more of the hook at this point. We do see
Absolutely.
a dead hard. but it's not going to gain that much more distance, especially versus this nurse. We do see the down happening again on Joker.
Fortunately, our nurse just has some very, very clean blinks getting Joker down here, and it looks like that will spell the end for Michaela here, leaving just 2 survivors left in the trial to try and finish 2 generators. And with a deadlock on the table, this can get real ugly real fast for them if they aren't careful.
I would have to agree, and we are already finding Sybil.
I'm smelling 4K here. I don't know about you, but that's what I'm feeling here.
I have a feeling that could be what we're heading towards, but I'm holding out hope for our survivors here. Let's see what they can do. Sybil avoiding that hit from our nurse there. And we actually see Claudette come in and pick up the chase, which leaves both of them injured, but buys Sybil some time to get out of there.
Agreed. And oh man, that window's blocked. That's unfortunate spawn for our Claudette here, but going ahead, taking the vault and trying to take the chase.
Best, yeah, of the situation, but unfortunately not good enough. She will go down.
Now it looks like we're looking for our Sybil, and we found scratch marks. Oh no! This could be disastrous.
Could be really bad.
Ooh, one blinking.
Ooh.
Oh, there it is. I think this is 4K territory right here. Unless there's an unbreakable. Oh, there it is.
Oh, we see the unbreakable off in the distance. Financial Stability will pick himself up off the ground, even as Sybil goes to hook. Buying himself a chance to potentially find the hatch here and at least get a 1 out against this very clean nurse.
I can already hear. Oh no, he's trying to finish the gen. No.
Oh no.
Trying to get just some extra points here, but not gonna happen. Gonna go ahead and get the 4K for DKD to clinch victory here.
Rather unfortunate, but kudos to Financial Stability for trying to gain those extra points for his team. But this was just a very good nurse coming out to secure what I think is definitely a win for DKD here.
Yeah, definitely. And we do see a DKD conviction here. DKD is convicted of murder.
Absolutely.
And then now we are waiting on confirmation if we have an interview or not here. So for sure, let's stay tuned for that. But Shep, how do you feel about the matches that went on? I think that was super close and really exciting to watch.
Oh, absolutely. Good game to both teams. We saw some very good gameplay on both sides through all 4 matches. And definitely an exciting way to begin the end of our preseason matches here.
Yeah, I would definitely have to agree. Like, super exciting towards the end of the preseason to be seeing this level of play from our teams.
Absolutely. And again, I think this bodes well for both of these teams moving into our regular season gameplay.
Yeah, and it should be really exciting. Definitely with the way the conferences are broken down, with the way the divisions are broken down, the road to the final verdict is gonna be an exciting one. Trying to see who's gonna make those playoffs, who's gonna be able to get into that final. It's going to be exciting to watch, and every game is going to count.
Absolutely. And if preseason's anything to go by, this is going to be an excellent season. We have seen good games all across the board from every team that we have seen play. Mm-hmm. So definitely very excited to see where this road to the final verdict takes us.
I agree. And we do see that DKD was convicted of murder. So that definitely was, in terms of points or the betting, that was the underdog. So definitely any of you that took DKD, you just got more channel points. Love it. Check them balances.
Definitely good betting out there. You guys really really showed up for DKD there.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. Definitely amazing. And I think that we're going to be seeing Saber probably join us for an interview here. So that would be who played our nurse in this case in that final trial. So should be really exciting to see them be able to ask him some questions for sure. Being able to clinch that victory when you're down by 4 points, have a dominant 4K performance, definitely really important.
Absolutely. Definitely excited to hear their thoughts on how that final match went and see how they felt going into it. Knowing that they were so close to winning or losing.
Yeah, and what do you think about them bringing 2 S tier killers out? I mean, they brought both Spirit and Nurse. Like they came out very much swinging with 2 S tiers.
You know, I think it's smart on their part. While we do want to see a little bit of variety, we have plenty of time for that in our regular season where killers are restricted to only 2 uses per killer. So bringing out the killers that we already know we're going to see is kind of a smart move on their part, because then it kind of starves us of that information of who else are we going to see in this preseason or in this regular season gameplay.
Yeah, I think I'm on the flip side of the coin generally. I'm thinking show us somebody that you don't know whether you can use them or not, and have it be more like a practice scrim. Like, I don't know if I would use this person in a game. Let's go ahead and show them. Oh yeah, I can use them in a game. Or no, I definitely shouldn't.
I will say though, this shows some confidence. I think I feel like them not playing their off-meta killers shows a lot of how confident these teams might be feeling about their other choices.
I could agree with that, and you know, we have Saber in here, and so let's go ahead and ask. I mean, how are you guys feeling about your other killers? Seeing 2 S tiers this time, probably feeling pretty confident about your off-meta killers, right?
Hello, yes, yeah, actually.
Yeah? Awesome.
Actually.
Hi.
Yeah, hi, sorry, I'm a bit stressed out for this interview, so
no reason to
no
be stressed
stress,
out.
no stress.
Yeah, we are easy interviewers. We'll definitely we'll line you up with the question, and then I trust that you'll have like the best answer ever. So for sure, walk us through why you brought Nurse in that final trial.
because our performance against Twins wasn't that good. I mean, we're supposed to have more points. So Nurse was the best decision because this is probably the most broken killer in this game, in my opinion. And more than Nurse, Blight, and all those other killers, for me this is the top of the top killer. And for me, Nurse is the best choice when you need points, because you can easily tunnel someone, you can easily proxy camp, you can do everything, I mean. So this is probably that was always the best choice for this final.
Yeah, and definitely you played Nurse very well. A lot of those blinks were definitely on point. Like definitely using the short blink as well fairly often. Were you expecting survivors were going to just try to double back on you?
When you play Nurse, yeah, you have to expect double back, but you have some tech. I don't know if this is a good decision. Like you can prevent double back. Like the priority with Nurse is to blink behind the survivor. So that's mean if the survivor just run forward, you can hit him with a lunge. If you double back, even, I mean, you just blink behind the survivor, so if you double back, it will be just right behind him, so you can hit it easily. But this is a mind game, I think. This is a mind game war, I can say it. Like, if the survivor pretend to double back and then you just press N2, and the survivor bait team. So this is quite a mind game war, I can say.
Yeah, and definitely it was, you were winning that mind game more often than not, it seemed. You were putting a lot of pressure down, so definitely good info there. Any Nurse players out there that are trying to get good at Nurse, you heard it here first from Saber. Blink behind that survivor, you have a better chance of being able to hit him. For sure, definitely you guys brought Spirit as well, but you talked about not performing as well versus the Twins. Walk us through why you think that happened.
To be fair, in this game, I think I was one of the. I did the worst play. Like I missed my D-strike. So at this moment, you can imagine how good I am in survival. So.
Oh no!
This is disgusting. I said in voice chat, oh no, I lied, but I was like, oh my fucking, I'm so fucking bad, what the fuck. And like, we didn't respect the Twins like we should have to do. Oh my fucking, I'm so sorry, my English.
No, you're good, you're doing well.
You're doing perfectly fine. You're doing absolutely fine.
I think like we have a plan to not counter but to play against Twins. But we're not able to do it. Like we got some Binom, like two players are, I mean, light, I think. And the main priority, if someone is injured and Victor is behind him, the Binom has to come and protect this guy. But we wasn't able to do it because we got some misplay and miscom. So that was pretty bad for us.
Definitely did see Victor get around you guys, but not for a lack of effort. You guys really did try to get those body blocks in. So definitely a valiant effort to try to protect one another from Victor there.
And to be fair as well, like Psycho Mantis is a very good Twins, has a lot of hours in Twins. So you guys, I think you guys definitely were making the best of it, and really able to being able to get the 2 out there when it looked like you guys might possibly get 4K'd was definitely amazing to see. It shows that you guys were able to keep composure.
I can say thank you for my whole teammates, like Peshu, Olix and Hertz. They were really good. Like they were in 3v1 game. I was a bot, to be fair. So thank you by my teammates. They are the best. And I had to do a really good game, just for honor them for this game. They are really good, and thank you for them.
Yeah, and I think you did that for sure. You guys came off of that. You came off of that Twins game, and you came out with Nurse and really kind of dominated that early game for sure. So I definitely, I think you did your teammates proud for sure.
Absolutely, absolutely.
I hope so.
And do you have anything to say to the fans of Vigo's Court and the fans of DKD?
For Vigo's Court, what can I say? Like,
putting you on the spot.
What can I say? Nurse is broken, and I don't know. Like what I can say is we are very proud. We will keep like this. We will keep training and practicing for all the matches. And thank you everyone for your support.
Very well said. Very well said. Well, guys, I think that is going to be all for us. We do have another game right after this that we're actually. I think we might just go to a be right back real quick and be ready to come back with the next game. So for sure, keep it here. Our next game is Busha?
Demise versus Entity.
Amazing. Shep is the holder of my schedule, if you guys didn't know. And what was the count on the Indeeds? I know I had one.
I'm still keeping tally. So do we want to put out the number now, or do we want to wait until after this next game?
I want to know where I'm at so far.
I will admit I did slip a little. I actually only counted 9.
Yes, I'm doing better. I
think I definitely missed a couple where I was just too invested in the excellent gameplay we were seeing.
For sure.
But yeah, I really only got you down for 9.
All right. There we go. And hey, Saber, thank you for coming out for the interview for sure. It's been a pleasure having you.
Thanks for the invite.
Of course. We look forward to seeing what you guys can do as the season goes on. This is really exciting for all of us, being able to see how everybody's doing. All right, guys. Oh, go ahead.
no, like I was thinking that you talked to me, but nope. Sorry for this.
No, you're good. So guys, that's all from us for now. I'm gonna go to a be right back. Keep it here, and we'll be right back with Dwights versus Entity.
Stay tuned.
We're back, Vigo's Court. I once again am your judge, Judge Vader, joined by Counselor Shep. And we're
Hello
back for another
again,
match.
everybody.
Oh man.
And we are now here to watch Demise versus Entity.
And I'm excited for this one. Definitely, I don't feel like I've really seen a whole lot of Demise. I didn't get to call their other match, so for sure, I'm excited to see what they can do. And then Entity I have seen, and excited to see how they match up here.
Absolutely. I think we've got another set of strong competitors here, so I'm very excited to see how these games go and see what we see from both of these teams. It's a very redundant sentence.
And yeah, I looks like I should have a invite from our killer here. For some reason, I didn't see an invite come through. I will wait on it one more time here, but we should be really close to joining again.
And so, you are familiar with these teams. What are you expecting to see from them today?
You know, I expect that we will we'll see more S tiers, just like last time.
Very fair.
I just I think after talking to Psycho Mantis, especially there, like teams are probably thinking along those lines and going, I don't want to show the off meta killers that I know how to play. So I think that that is a fair assessment, and I expect a lot of teams will probably be doing that, you know?
Yeah, although we have seen over the course of our preseason some off-meta picks. We saw a couple of Pyramid Heads there. We've seen a Clown. We saw an Oni come out to test their metal. I actually think we've seen 2 Onis. No, just 1 Oni.
I think 2, actually. I think you're right. I'm pretty sure we've seen 2 throughout the
I was gonna say, I
throughout
think,
it, yeah.
did we overslept bring out an Oni, I believe?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
Yes. So we've definitely seen 2 Onis. Interestingly enough, I think the Oni performances we've seen as well have been pretty good. So Oni might be a force to watch for our for our regular season. We may see a lot of teams be able to bring Oni and perform pretty well with them.
Absolutely. Definitely in the right hands, a force to be reckoned with on the killer side.
Yeah, definitely. And we will go ahead and confirm that the map is set here.
What map are we playing on today, Vader?
Ooh, yeah, let's go ahead and take a look. So the map that we will be playing on today, which is the home map of Demise here, is none other than Gas Heaven. Of course, it's an Auto Heaven Wreckers map. It's got a pretty good area. Love the shape of it too. That main building's very nice. And with the 8 hook minimum, 13 hook maximum, pretty balanced map. Honestly, I think it's one of the most balanced maps in the game, in my opinion. Of course, I know everybody loves Coal Tower and stuff, but Gas Heaven's pretty up there for me.
Yeah, moving away from the McMillan maps, I do think Gas Heaven is one of the more balanced maps that we have outside of those options.
For sure. I know a lot of other people also look to like Coldwind Farm, like having Cowshed. Cowshed is pretty balanced, but I definitely like seeing Gas Heaven come out here. It's going to be very fun for me to watch. I know this map well.
Absolutely, and we are getting treated to, we are on Azerovs today, I suppose. I don't know what the maps for Monarchy and Arctic Wolves is going to be, but...
Yeah.
So far, we get Gas Heaven 2 times, or not Gas Heaven, but Azerovs 2 times in a row.
Oh yeah, and that's great. I always love that. I really like the aesthetic of all of the I really like the aesthetic of all of those maps, so we'll see. I do have the survivors joining in right now, so we should be able to start here soonish. They'll probably invite the rest of their team now, and we do start seeing them roll in. Oh my gosh, do you see that name there? IKEA Carlson, a play on words for Nia. Oh my gosh,
Beautiful.
I love it. I love it. That name is just so good. Can we appreciate that name?
I love seeing some of the creativity that comes out with the usernames for people in Dead by Daylight, especially those Steam players who can change their names whenever they want to, really. I've seen some very interesting names.
You know,
If you guys aren't following DVD usernames on Twitter, I'd go check them out.
yeah, for sure. For sure. There's a lot of fun ones on there. A lot of ones that should be on DVD After Dark too, you know?
Oh, I thought we wouldn't talk about DVD After Dark.
Wait. We talked about DVD After Dark? Never mind.
What are you talking about? What?
So, for sure, these survivors look like they're getting set up, and we should be able to get going immediately. And these are the survivors for Dwights, so this will be the first time I will have seen them survive. So I am excited to see how they perform. And on Gas Heaven, it's their home map. They should be performing quite well here.
Absolutely, especially on a map that they are very familiar with. I'm expecting to see some very good and clean gameplay from our survivors here. Not discounting what entities is going to pull out, though. They are absolutely a force to be reckoned with. So this is going to be some very exciting gameplay on both ends.
Yeah,
in
definitely.
my opinion.
I completely agree with you. I think you're spot on there. Definitely going to be something to watch for sure, because both of these teams are definitely looking to have a good performance to go ahead and up their rep when we get to the regular season. So definitely, I think that Dwights is going to come out, try to be as coordinated as possible, and try to show that they are a team to worry about for the rest of the teams in the league. Because unlike a lot of the other teams, they didn't get to play in the qualifiers, I don't believe. And so because they didn't play in the qualifiers, we're actually going to have to really get our assessment of them through the preseason. So of course they've already played one game, but this will be game number 2. So we get to see them one more time.
Yeah, this is definitely the place for them to kind of like show what they're made of and put themselves out there as somebody to worry about.
Yeah, and I think that's why, at least on their end, I think they pull out 2 S tiers here. For entity, maybe not, but I think if you get pressured by 2 S tiers, you bring 2 S tiers yourself, right?
Absolutely, but since entity is killing first, this might be our chance to see a more off-meta killer. And then they might pull out their S tier killers depending on how those games go in the middle there.
Definitely. Yeah, I do expect in the middle we will see 2 S tier killers, so we'll see. And it looks like our survivors are pretty well set. Looks like we saw French Fry trying to ready up there. Looks like all of the items are set. We do know map is set. I'm going to go ahead and switch over to that spectator role. And, oh, well, a survivor just switched their character here. So maybe not. Oh, wait, no, that's me. Oh, my gosh. I got into that, and that was me. I'm getting on spectate. Oh, my goodness.
It's one click too many there, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Or
one short.
One short. Okay.
Yeah.
Happens to the best of us.
It's funny. French Fry going ahead throwing some shade at me saying, "Get back on spectate, you rat. I just wanted to play for Dwights. But apparently I'm not a mouse. I can't be on Dwights. I'm a rat. He called me a rat. So
Unfortunate.
Dang. Rats can't play on Dwights.
They just want the chance to show you what they're made of. They're like, you know what, Vader, we got this. Don't worry about us.
I understand. I'm not worried. Not worried. I am sure that they will perform just as they need to. So this should be really interesting. Just waiting on those last 2 survivors to go ahead and ready up.
Bless you.
Why, thank you. Sorry, I felt that coming for a while, and it was building and building, and I kept talking, trying to go, like, maybe it'll just leave. It'll leave. It'll leave. Nope, it's here. Sneeze it is.
Sneeze is never late.
So who do you expect to see on Gas Heaven? Gas Heaven, like I said, is a balanced map. We could see anyone.
Yeah, honestly, for Gas Heaven, honestly, this would be the map that I would expect somebody to pull out Wraith. Somebody who can really cover that distance, get around those long car walls, and really keep up with our survivors there.
Yeah, I would have to agree. I think Wraith would be a good choice, especially maybe an all-seeing Wraith. Very
Absolutely.
nice.
Not necessarily an S tier killer, perhaps, but I would expect to see a Wraith here.
I'd say a Wraith, or just because of the way gen spread normally goes, I mean, you could even see a Trapper or a Hag do okay on this map. So
Absolutely. I've definitely seen Hags make short workings of this map before.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see any of those type of killers. So we'll see what they bring, but should be exciting nonetheless. And it looks like we are getting into the match here. So let's see some hype in the chat. We are loading in.
I'm excited to see. And you know, I want to make a comment. Of our S tier killers, I do believe Hag is still considered pretty high tier, but I don't think we've seen her in the preseason at all.
So Hag a lot of times does get annoyed by the survivors, because survivors that play in comp tend to know the distance to trigger the trap and not get hit. And one survivor may be on Hag duty where they just go ahead and take out her traps as she's setting them, preventing her. Yeah. So unfortunately, Hag isn't rated as high in comp as she is in pubs.
Okay.
Let's go ahead and review these killer rules, though. So our killer will be looking for those hooks. 2 points for first hook, 2 points for second hook, 3 points for third hook. Progression's worth 1 less. And then, of course, if you're that slug god, as we've talked about before, you'll get 1 point each for the 7th and 8th progression. A 2K or a 4K results in 2 extra points being awarded to you, allowing for 30 points total. Definitely an entity kill, such as endgame, would be the corresponding hook and progression, so definitely take those as you can. And then bleed out is equal to 0 points, so make sure you don't let anybody bleed out. We saw somebody do that the last game and give up some pretty valuable points, so don't do it. Don't do it, kids. And let's go ahead and go into this game scene.
Yep, loading into our first match of Dwights versus Entity.
Ooh, and we see our first S tier in a Blight, chef.
Yep, pulling out that Blight, getting that rush in there. Unfortunately, having a little bit of issue with collision there as we search for our first survivor, but we are able to find them and run straight into Shack.
Ooh, and I saw an aura. That's Compound 21, folks. Going ahead and helping us in chase, knowing where the survivor is going to be going with those slams.
And drawing first blood on our Nea here, continuing this chase around Shack. And we do see an early Shack pallet drop, so that is now a resource that the survivors do not have. Which will probably force the survivors to try to stay away from this area, considering that basement is down here.
Yeah, we know that basement always spawns in Shack, and on this map, that's actually pretty good for the killer because of the fact that main building can be run quite easily by the survivors, but Shack can become an issue with the 3-gen normally spawning down there. So as long as our Blight can pressure that, should be fine. Now we do see, because Blight switched targets here, that our survivors are actually going down, actually. But I was gonna say our survivors did reset, and so Blight not able to get some of the pressure that potentially had.
Yeah, we did see a reset on that Nea, but in return, Claudette goes down for the first hook of the game at 5 generators. We saw another survivor working on the generator behind the hook, but I don't know if our Blight saw as he rushes off to this hill generator that he was keeping an eye on.
I think it's more a question of priority. In terms of priority gen, that hill gen is a priority for those survivors, and the Blight knows that and wants to make sure that they don't get that gen.
Absolutely, and using that compound 21 to keep track of where the survivor is going at all times in this loop, chasing her down really, but leaving the chase to go and check on those generators, as one has popped off in the distance.
Checking on this far side gen as well, I can see why they would do it, but I think as we were just talking about the priority gens, I think the chase they were in, I may have stayed on that a little bit longer, but definitely this Blight is doing what they can. We do see that hill gen pop, that priority gen, so these survivors probably feeling pretty good about where they're at right now, putting pressure on this Blight.
And unfortunately for our Blight, Claudette is going to get the stun there, using this compound 21 to try and keep an eye on her as he breaks that pallet and chasing her back into this corner.
Oh man. Claudette trying to prevent him from getting the collision. That is actually a pretty good tech to use against some Blights, because Blight will not collide with a survivor. So you can actually cause Blight to slide off of an object and not get a collision. That's high tier, knowing that for the survivors, and trying to cause that to this Blight. Unfortunate for the Blight, not able to get the hit there.
Blight, instead of continuing that chase with Claudette around that pallet, opting to check on our other generators because another one has popped, so we only have 3 generators left for our survivors to work on and only 1 hook on the board.
Yeah, and then that goes back to like getting the hits, but then not pressuring the person who's already injured and allowing the reset to happen. It's been happening all game, and Dwights is doing an excellent job of keeping the pressure on and not letting this killer have any unneeded pressure. I expect the way this has gone, if there is another drop of chase here, we are going to see Dwights go ahead and look for that reset. So we'll probably see somebody come in, try to take chase, and if they are able to take chase, we already see that med kit in Nea's hand. There will be an attempted reset if that happens.
Absolutely, and we do see another generator pop, so that leaves only 2 gems left for our survivors to work on here as Blight does continue this chase. Oh, and another one goes. These survivors are just chewing through these generators as Blight continues to try to find our Nea here.
Yeah, and that compound 21 coming in, letting him know where that Nea is, but Nea's doing a really good job of running, jumping the window, jumping back though. And Blight is gonna have to switch targets, which, as I said, I expect with switching targets like this, we are going to see, and not going after the injured survivor again. 2 injured survivors now can meet up in the main building and reset. I think that is going to cause for our Blight not having as much pressure if that is allowed to happen.
Absolutely, and you do see that reset on Nea there, and he has rushed away from, I believe that was actually the injured Claudette that he was chasing.
That was actually the healthy Felix. Injured Claudette came up this way and is probably looking to reset, and we do see the reset happen. So interesting to see for sure. And looks like that is our ace.
Final generator.
Oh man, and these survivors are doing a great job of limiting the hooks, as well as they finished all the gens. They know this map well. They are well practiced. This is a good showing from Dwights to start out.
Absolutely, and it looks like our Blight has not found any survivors at that door, so it is probably safe to assume that they are trying to pressure out this other door. Currently, all survivors are healthy. He will injure Nea, but they will get that door open, and it looks like her teammates will go ahead and body block to get her guaranteed out.
Indeed, and it looks like our Claudette has said, hey, I got you a present. a firecracker. Please take.
Left an offering on the ground as she takes her out, and that is a 4 out for Demise against the entity's blight.
Excellent showing for Demise to go ahead and get the maximum points possible and only allow Entity to get 2 points. That is a lot of early pressure on Entity, right? And gives Demise a really good opportunity to go ahead and try to end this in 3 trials rather than allowing it to go to a 4th.
Absolutely. They have definitely bought themselves a lot of cushioning here going into their next 2 rounds where they will be playing killer against Entity survivors.
Yeah, indeed. So for sure, I will wait for my invite from the survivor or from the killer here, and we will be ready to go into that next trial. But GG's to everybody involved, and really excellent blight blight counterplay by the survivors. Right, going ahead, able to break those chases and get those heals.
Yeah, absolutely. And like good coordination on the survivors' part. They were able to keep up pressure on all parts of the map. If one survivor was being chased, the other 3 were guaranteeing that they were doing what they needed to do on their end and getting those generators done and resetting as they needed to. So very good pressure coming from our survivors there.
Indeed. And gotta go ahead and shout out. You can see it in the chat. You can see Time Lord saying that was fun, to be honest, and Paige saying, yep, that was fun. That is amazing. You love to see it. Like just a good show of sportsmanship and everything. And definitely, guys, within the DBD community, that is amazing to see, especially in the DBD comp community. Love to see it. Want to see more of it. So shout out to you guys.
Yeah, absolutely. Fantastic sportsmanship from all of the teams that we have seen playing these past couple days. It's very heartening to see, especially recently with like people complaining about toxicity in the game itself. It's nice to see that here we don't support that. We support each other.
Exactly. Love to see it.
And now moving into game 2, we will see Demise kill and Entity survive.
And we'll see.
This will be
we'll see French fry killing as well. And so I have a question. Are we gonna have? Do I get to have ketchup with my French fries?
I guess we're gonna see.
I think I need some. I think actually. You know what? I think Entity wants some ketchup with this French fry. They want to catch up to the score.
And this will be their chance to do it. Let's see if they can pull out a very clean survivor game. Might not be able to provide too much ketchup. I think we know in the Entity's realm what ketchup consists of.
Blood. You know, yeah.
We're definitely not tomato farming here.
No tomato, unless like it's like a heart, like made tomato, you know. Yeah, maybe that.
Have you seen those black tomatoes? Those are pretty cool, actually.
I have not actually, but that sounds cool. It sounds very Halloween-y.
They are, first of all, some big ass tomatoes, and they are pitch black.
Oh.
So if anyone out there is a tomato nerd like I am, they're super cool.
I love it. Definitely. Who do you think French Fries bringing here? When you have a lead like this, do you think that you change from you may have brought an S tier before, but now you're thinking, yeah, we'll go ahead and bring maybe a B tier or low A tier? Do you think it changes at all, or do you keep pressure down, pedal to the metal?
I think for this first game where they're killing, they're probably going to want to keep this pressure up. And maybe they will take this opportunity to play an S tier killer so that in their second game as killer, they can try out one of their lower tier killers. Because they'll have that cushion to ensure that they can comfortably do that without having to worry about the points too much.
That's true. Yeah. Definitely looks like we have Time Lord in here for Entity. And we will be looking to have all of those survivors join here shortly to get us into this second trial. But yeah, I see in the chat, Gage little 2YT said, second I heard you say ketchup, I knew the joke had to be said. If you guys know me, I love a good dad joke. It did have to be said. Like French fry, ketchup, the score, all the stars aligned. I couldn't just leave it. Oh man. But yeah, I expect that we'll I actually want to see like a Deathslinger or a Huntress here on Gas Heaven.
Would be a very brave choice considering all the changes Deathslinger has actually received in the most recent update to killers and their kits.
You know, interesting conversation I've had though. Like I've talked to Wispy, another really good Deathslinger, and Wispy kind of has the same attitude I did kind of towards Deathslinger. Yeah, the nerf is it was enough that you feel it, but at the same time, like, I don't know, I would say high tier Deathslingers aren't really super worried about the changes. Like I had talked to Wispy, and Wispy's like, yeah, there was a nerf, but it's not really affecting my results as much. I still feel really confident with Deathslinger. And definitely, I've been playing Deathslinger within my own matches in pubs, and it's different. It's a minor adjustment, but after you adjust, it's not that bad. I know a lot of people are really reacting to, oh my gosh, they introduced this animation lock, and now I can't use them the same way I did. But depending on the shots you're going for, you can still go for some really good guaranteed shots and get you can get a lot of value out of Deathslinger still. So for sure, I think he's still viable within comp. I don't think he's dead.
Absolutely. The changes definitely encourage a little bit of a different type of gameplay, which I think nobody likes change. And once you get comfortable somewhere, a lot of people probably get really upset when they have to all of a sudden change what they're used to. But change isn't necessarily bad, and I think the new update to Deathslinger encourages slightly different gameplay, but it's enough to kind of keep it fresh without changing who he is at his core.
I agree, and really, it's really nice to see for Dead by Daylight when they do things like raise the skill ceiling on characters that, like, a lot of survivors and even killer mains will tell you, there are some people that are kind of boosted by the killers not being as balanced, and they're not actually as skilled with that character as they could be, right? And I think when these balancing things come out, a lot of people see them as really bad nerfs, but I see them as raising the skill ceiling and making it so the really good nurses seem like even better, or really good spirits seem like even better spirits. The really good let's see, yeah, really good Deathslingers are seen as a lot better Deathslingers even. Sorry, I was also checking Discord because our survivor just left.
Oh, I hope everything's okay there.
Right? Yeah. I don't know what I don't know what's going on. Oh, okay. So, guys, it looks like that we are going to have about a 5-minute break here just because there are some roster things going on in the fog, you know? So Entity is figuring it out for us here. And I think this is a perfect opportunity to go ahead, talk about, I've seen a lot of follows come in and we definitely appreciate it. Thank you so much. And I know I was looking at it and it looked like yesterday we got a good amount of subs and things like that. Thank you guys for supporting the channel, supporting the content that we are putting out here, and supporting future prize pools for teams and things. So for sure, appreciate all of you guys for what you are doing, as well as, hey, those emotes are kind of some of the best emotes on Twitch. So please take a look, and if you feel like subbing, go ahead and subscribe to the channel.
Those emotes are pretty juicy, you guys.
Definitely juicy emotes. All right, and we are going to go ahead and, as we're waiting here, let me see. It sounds like now there might be issues of some people can't get into DBD, so we may have to check this out. What I'm gonna try here real quick, I'm gonna see if I can queue into a pub lobby. Oh god, I'm gonna queue in, but I'm not gonna actually play it, guys. But I'm gonna queue in and see, can we actually play? Like, what's going on? Like, apparently some people can't get into Dead by Daylight.
Well. And we have been seeing this issue a little consistently since the most recent update, where people just haven't been able to get into the game for some reason. Dead by Daylight has been down quite a few times over the past couple of days. So that would be a rather unfortunate occurrence to happen right at this moment. But I don't know if I would be too surprised because it has been happening lately.
Yeah, it definitely has. It's quite unfortunate when it does, but let's see. I mean, I think if we ask some of the developers, even, like, they admit the game isn't perfect. They just say that they've done a pretty good job so far. So,
We've done a pretty good job so far.
yeah. Yeah, so we'll see if the game is able to load here. It looks like, of course, I get Lobby Simulator here trying to queue in and see if it works, but looks like we are having some screenshots and things sent in where it says cannot connect to online services, try again later, things of that nature. So for sure, we are looking into that, because if our competitors are unable to load into the game, kind of poses an issue for having a game. So
Yeah, definitely can't play a game with no players.
it would be quite difficult indeed. So we'll go ahead and keep waiting to load in here. Possibly what may happen as well, let me see, we may end up going to a BRB if it's gonna take too much longer, or it sounds like we may instead wrap up as well. Oh, looks like I found a pretty good match here. I was able to queue in, so I'm not having an issue with Dead by Daylight. And I just got confirmation from the other team on Entity that now it's working for them as well. So yeah, as soon as I queued in, I fixed DBD, guys. I'm just kidding. I did not. It had nothing to do with me. It had nothing to do with me. I'm just going to mind trick you into it was all me.
The mind games, Pog.
Just that much.
A little bit. Just a little bit.
All right, so let's see. Who was I supposed to join? Who was the killer? I think we were having.
Really?
I think it was.
And it's all on device. That's all I know.
Yeah, I think it was Paige actually, but I don't see Paige online anymore. Oh no! I'm gonna need another invite from our killer at this point. So for sure, we'll wait here for our killer. And it sounds like we may still be having roster issues on Entity's end.
While we are waiting for some of our technical issues to get resolved, let's talk about some of these changes that we've seen to the killers. Revisit this topic, the changes that happened before our season started, and how that might affect what we see in play, or how it might not affect what we see in play this season.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, the boon totems, of course, as well as I think clairvoyance as well, are not allowed in this season until they can be evaluated for next season. So for sure, we do know things like that should be pretty interesting to see how that affects gameplay going forward. I know a lot of people have strong feelings about boons right now, but what's your opinion on them, Shep?
On the boon totems themselves?
Mm-hmm.
I think that they are strong. I don't think they're quite as strong as people are worried about. I do believe they are a little overpowered, and I think some changes could be made that would be better for quality of life of the game and of boon totems in the game. But I think they're useful on the survivor side. On the killer side, they can be a nuisance, especially if you're playing killers who really can't keep up the pressure and get those really quick, fast downs. But I don't think they're as scary as we all made them out to be the first time we all heard about them in the PTB.
You know, I would say in the PTB they were a lot scarier just because 4 people with boon totems, but I think in comp where you could have a maximum of 2 people with boon totems if you separate the boons themselves, I don't see it being as overpowered as people are worried about. In pubs, it definitely is something you have to worry about because Shadow Step and Circle of Healing will be used in 4 separate places all at the same time if you match up against 4 Michaelas, and that is pretty bad.
Yeah, luckily the devs did make the change where the boon totems don't actually overlap anymore, so you won't get a stacking bonus from your Circle of Healings if they happen to overlap, even with the smaller radius that they have now. So that's definitely a good change for the killer side to keep it, balanced for them.
That would have been crazy if that was the case, just be able to 100% healing times 3. Ooh.
Will say though, the pretty much free self-care for your entire team is pretty strong.
Oh yeah, especially if you 3-gen yourself and have Circle of Healing on the opposite side of the map. Pretty darn good.
That suddenly kills a lot of the pressure the killer can have because you no longer need to dedicate 2 survivors to healing.
For sure. And it looks like we have your boy Q over here saying not to quote killers when talking about Ruin, Devour, or Noed, but just cleanse totems. Ooh. Going ahead and coming at those killers saying, hey, Mr. Killer, take your own advice. Why are you upset if we go ahead and give you your advice right back to you? Yikes. Killer mains out there.
To be fair to our killer mains out there, cleansing that totem doesn't get rid of the ability for it to come back. So unlike where survivors can, unless you have Undying, where survivors can cleanse 1 totem and then you just lose that perk, killers can cleanse the boon totem, but the survivor can come back and be like, you know what? I see you've cleansed my boon totem. It would be a shame if I just put this back right here where I had it before, or put it in a better place.
Yeah, I do think, I think that if Noed or any of the other perks like Plaything, I think actually a buff to Plaything that I want to see is if it can take the spot of a boon totem, like if it could just boom, now I've overtaken a boon. Or Noed, because done some testing, if you cleanse 1 totem and make all of the other ones boons, Noed doesn't take over. Noed is out. So
Noed specifically states it has to be a dull totem. Yep.
If they change that, I think that is that's good balancing.
I think that would be a fair change to make those perks that those hexes that only pop up at a certain time. If you could make it where they could pop up on a boon totem, I think that would be a good change, because it's not like the survivor can't go back and just re-bless that totem, right? So definitely a change that the devs could make that might make it a little more fair, instead of just saying, well, sucks to suck, I guess your perk is just completely gone, while survivors get a totem perk that they just get to use as much as they want to.
Yeah, for sure. And I will go ahead and say as well, another thought I've hit some people up with it. Chat, let me know your thoughts. I feel like it would be pretty good for the killer if another perk such as Jolt, or just added on to Jolt, could be used for snuffing out the totems, right? So just if you're within a certain radius of the gen and the boon, just have it snuff it out. Save the killer the time having to walk over and snuff it. I think having that in a perk would be nice. We may see more killers use it as well.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, of course, killers already have so much to do, having to juggle 4 survivors as well as watching, like, generators. So giving them a perk that maybe takes a little bit of pressure off of having to also look for boon totems might be nice for the killer side.
And maybe that's what we see. I don't know if anybody saw the thriller, but we're getting another chapter here soon, or another drop of something.
Yes, Crow Lady.
Yeah, so for sure. Yeah, that's also not to be confused with the Nun, which is a rumor that is currently going around. I don't know though if this is do we know yet if this is a like new character or if this is like just maybe a cosmetic drop? Because I feel
for
like
the Nun or for the Crow?
Both. Because I feel like they did this before with like the Crypt.tv things. They released some like trailer and then it turned out it was just a cosmetic pack for current killers.
I think so far the word on the street is I think that the Crow killer that we have seen is definitely our next original IP killer, paired along with the male survivor that has also been leaked. As for the Nun, I haven't actually seen anything about that. I don't know where that rumor is coming from, but so far it is just a rumor that our next chapter after this one that is being teased for December is going to be a Conjuring themed chapter.
Yeah, I've been seeing a bunch of that, but you know, I don't know. I feel like a lot of these content drops are happening very quickly, and I don't know how I feel about it. I haven't even gotten to thoroughly like explore Cenobite and Michaela yet, and it seems like we're already looking at another drop. And so for me, I mean, maybe that's like really exciting, but I feel like there are still some things that need to be adjusted with the perks that are out there. So seeing more content come out worries me actually a little bit. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I do agree. Content has been dropping at a rather fast pace, especially with some of the issues that we've seen with some of the content drop and changes that have been happening. So it's interesting to see what's going to happen from here on out.
Mm-hmm.
But it looks like we are getting ready to load into our next game.
Awesome. And so let's go ahead and make sure that all of our offerings are here properly. Looks like I'm seeing, oh yeah. It looks like the basement will be in check. Yep, confirmed. Okay.
Confirmed.
Looks like there will be 2 less chests on the map as well. Confirmed. Okay.
Confirmed.
All right, and let's go ahead and review some survivor rules real quick. All right, so our survivors are trying to pressure out those gens. First and second gen, of course, being 1 point each. Third and fourth gen being 2 points each. Fifth gen being 3 points. But them escapes are where the real points are. First escape being 1 point. Second escape being 2 points. And then we get to the big bucks. Third escape, 4 points. Fourth escape, a whopping 6 points. So definitely 26 points available once you count in the bonus points for if you have 2 or more hook states remaining. It is perfect. Try to do as much of that as you can. But let's go ahead and view some French fry here. And my lord, I don't know if you guys hear this chainsaw and the war cry of a Billy.
Billy has entered the chat, running in with that chainsaw already, looking for our first survivor in his corrupt zone.
Dude, I just gotta say, I love Billy's war cry. Like every time you use that that chainsaw and he starts sprinting, that's just it's the best.
And we found our first survivor here. We're gonna break this door in the back of the convenience store.
Yes, the Gas Heaven gas station.
And we found a survivor in this little corner here. Let's see. Ooh, not quite making it around that generator there.
Yeah, checking and seeing how well you can corner here. And it looks like our survivor's saying, nope, I can corner better than you with that chainsaw.
Survivor really buying a lot of time for their teammates to go ahead and work on those generators. Unfortunately, getting the stun on French Fry there.
Definitely unfortunate for our killer here. A lot of pressure being put down by the survivor here in chase, not even taking a hit at this point. Our killer is being a little bit power reliant. Oh, wow. Did he break both? Oh my god, he broke both with the same chainsaw movement. That's the first time I've seen that.
That's rather impressive. And losing our survivor here, so off in search for, oh, and we found someone once again. But not opting to chase them, going after somebody else on a generator that is quite far progressed.
Yeah, I think that's exactly why you have to pressure this person, though. Oh, no, missing after the low pro chain, trying to get that survivor, but not quite able to. And do we get the down here, possibly? Nope. We're going to go ahead and take a single M1.
Forcing that M1 there. The survivors playing around these very small obstacles pretty well to prevent Billy from being able to get them. But, ooh, we see a down here. The survivor has misread the play and will take that second hit.
Indeed. And we do see our Billy still have a pretty good hook spread here. Definitely want to see if he can. Oh no, he loses that gen that I was just about to talk about. So sad.
There are 3 gens down in rather quick succession. And there goes our 4th generator. These survivors have just hammered out these gens as their teammates run this Billy around. And we see the unhook off in the distance as he engages with our survivor here.
Yeah, and for sure as well, I do want to note that we did see our killer use bamboozle, and that is why we see our survivor go ahead and abandon that chase. Ooh, or abandon the
using
loop.
that chainsaw to back rev and get the down here.
Definitely good job by our Billy to go ahead and get that down utilizing the chainsaw. And now we'll see if he can put some more pressure down, because for sure these survivors have done a really good job so far.
Absolutely. Doing their best. We see our Billy has found another injured survivor. Trading for the unhook on the other side of the map, though.
And I think if you're Billy here, you're okay with that because of the hook potential you have here of going ahead, hooking this person, and then able to chase other people down.
Absolutely. And as we see that last gen pop, I think our killer got a little bit faster there.
Ooh, I would have to agree. I think I see the haste effect over there, and so we'll see if that equates to a little perk that we all know too well.
A little bit of NOED there. Which makes our M1 attacks just as viable as our chainsaw in this situation.
Indeed. And so we do go ahead and see the pickup here, and it looks like we are going to hook over here. I do think leaving the slug there for a little bit longer probably would have been better, because now your hooks are spread quite a bit. I do know you're Billy. You're able to go a long distance between, but I don't know. It's
However, it does seem like our survivors understand that going for these unhooks could be really dangerous, because they are exposing themselves to a killer who not only has a chainsaw at their disposal, but has NOED on the table and is fast enough to get to them.
Oh man, we do see one unhook here.
However, we also see adrenaline come into play as that survivor is unhooked. They are taken off the hook and are able to run healthy.
Yeah, and I think it's smart of Billy to not commit chase to them at all and instead chase this other survivor down and get the down with the no-eds.
Noah doing some work here, and Billy's gonna leave the survivor slug to go and chase down our unhook here.
One of our two unhooks, yes, for sure. Gonna go ahead and try to pressure down, and it looks like that will happen indeed. I think that our survivors may elect to take the two out here, but maybe they loop back around. They do loop back around, going for the Zarina.
Honestly, with somebody out of the game now, the best bet is to try to just run for that door and get out if they can.
Yeah, and it looks like Zarina is going to be caught out here on her own. We'll see what she elects to do, but she is in trouble as it currently stands.
I think her only hope is to buy some time for her teammates.
Oh no, why did we use the chainsaw? We want to use the chainsaw so bad, and we do get them. Nice, good job, French fry.
Getting that down on this survivor, guaranteeing another hook here.
Yes, indeed. And we do see one out, two out, and we will see two progressions here getting all the way to death, which does mean that we have an 8 hook 2K, which I believe results in Dwights actually extending their lead, not giving up any points. So no catch up with the fries today.
Which is unfortunate for our for entities here. Demise being able to secure that lead a little more closely, so it's really down to this third game to see what entities can do to buy themselves enough time to hopefully go to a 4th round and bring it back.
For sure, and definitely a really good performance from our killer there to go ahead and get the 2K, but also good
Absolutely.
performance from our survivors to go ahead and, I mean, get the 2 out, get the gens done. I think without no ed, they probably would have been able to get possibly all 4.
Absolutely.
It does look like we won't have any opportunity to try to get more ketchup from French Fry, though. French Fry is not killing for this next match.
I do want to say, incredible showing from both sides. Those survivors were able to absolutely slam out those gens. They were very well coordinated, kept chases, bought themselves a lot of time there, but our killer was definitely able to make use of that Noah to secure himself 2 outs.
I would agree. Like, I mean, good job bringing the perks that you brought, right?
Yeah, definitely utilizing what he had to the best of his ability there.
Yeah, did a very good job. And looks like we have Squid Savage here as our next killer. And I don't know, we saw a Billy. Billy is not really a S tier, right? So I think that we see another not quite S tier here as well. I think Demise is proving me wrong. I was thinking that they would bring 2 S tiers because we haven't seen them. Instead, they're going, nah, we're gonna bring 2 non-S tiers, maybe. They didn't bring an S tier the first time.
Definitely showing some confidence in their abilities with their off-meta killers here.
That is definitely very true. And so we do see one person from Entity here. There's the second. We are going to go ahead and wait for them to go ahead and set the lobby, set their stuff. But let's go ahead and take a look at Gas Heaven one more time. Take a look at those stats. So guys, of course, Gas Heaven is a pretty average sized map, pretty unique shape. Gotta love it. 8 hook minimum, 13 hook maximum. So as we talked about it being balanced, it is definitely, we've seen killers do well on it, as well as survivors really be able to pressure it out.
Absolutely, and there are definitely some areas that provide benefit to both sides. Those car walls can be really dangerous, but there are also a lot of really good loops there.
I would have to agree, yeah. Especially like main building, we saw Blight and we saw Billy both have some trouble with it. Now, I know that Blight and Billy are almost two sides of the same coin as well, with the way that you try to get the flicks or get the dash going. So I could say that maybe they were just trying to do it a little bit differently than the Blight, but both had similar troubles in the main building.
Absolutely, that main building is definitely tricky if you are not a very mobile killer. And while Blight and Billy are able to cover a lot of ground in a short amount of time, they are kind of restricted in their movements once they are using their powers to cover that ground. And that can really hurt them in those really tight spaces.
I'd be forced to agree with you there. Really, it's hard pressuring any of that when you are a killer that moves fast, can't corner as well. There are a lot of tight corners in that convenience store.
Absolutely, yeah. A lot of tight corners there. And again, just a lot of really tight loops in the jungle gyms there. If you can get to a jungle gym, you can buy yourself a lot of time against these killers who are not quite as flexible.
Yep, definitely. And we do see, I love seeing it in the chat. We've got somebody actually cheering Squid on here. Do you see that in the chat? Squid, he's our man. If he can't 4K, no one can. And now
Beautiful.
I see.
We love to see the support in chat. Absolutely, you guys.
Yeah, look, we got more people jumping in. We got Q-Top TV joining in, like just going ahead and letting everybody know, hey, cheering Squid on. So let's see how Squid does in this match on the lovely Gas Heaven.
Absolutely. And as we load in here, any predictions, Vader? Any guesses on who we're about to see?
I think that we are going to go ahead and see a rule video here first, but then we will see a plague. That's going to be my prediction. I had to think about it, you know? So let's go ahead and review what perks we can't use and what would result in a penalty. All right, so you can have one of each perk and item here in competitive DBD on Vigo's court. You can't have two BTs though. Definitely there are banned perks such as Starstruck, Haunted Ground, and Prove Thyself. That's just because all those perks a little too OP for the comp setting. But for sure, killer uses are limited in the regular season as well. But you know, this match is starting, so I'm gonna cut this rule video short because we gotta go ahead and check out what's happening in the game.
And if you guys want to make sure that you can check out those rules, go ahead and type !rules in chat there. And we are seeing another chainsaw killer come out to play, but it is now the other one. The Cannibal has joined us today.
You know, I love that he brought the mallet too. Look at that mallet right there. Gotta love it. Makes me think of Courage the Cowardly Dog. You know, that's it. I'm getting me mallet.
Getting me mallet. And we do see a pallet stun on our killer here. And Kate's gonna take that and take off.
Yeah, and I think that's smart. Versus a Bubba, you're trying to get as much distance as you can, extending the time before he tries to use that chainsaw to down you.
Absolutely, you definitely want as much distance as possible. And to definitely use those pallets to your advantage. Maybe get into those tight corners to force a tantrum like we see here.
Yeah, unfortunately for Bubba, going ahead and actually clipping the edge of the structure there. Oh man, we do see this. We do see the survivor doing very well, getting downed though, because that time we didn't clip.
Her best efforts. Bubba being able to get around that obstacle there to get the down and secure his first hook.
Indeed. And so we will see the survivors going ahead trying to pressure the gens. And do you see the corrupt zone the same as me, Shep? I'm seeing kind of a bottom side 3 gen there near the shack, right? We do see one of those gens pop though.
Yeah, that can be a pretty nasty 3 gen if he holds on to that. We found Nea, but the unhook goes off in the distance, and it looks like our killer is going to choose to go after this fresh survivor here, or at least break the doors in this main building.
I think that's smart, breaking the doors in the main building, because you really don't want to give up any kind of pressure that the survivors can get pretty early from being able to run this main building. And you do get it down here because of that pathing that was just perfect from Bubba.
Beautiful weaving through that convenience store area to get a hit with the chainsaw here and secure his second hook. 2 hooks with only 1 gen done is not too shabby. Our corrupt intervention has gone down though, so now the pressure is on.
Yeah, and with that pressure being on, our killer is definitely going to have to be pretty choosy with their chases here. Definitely try to go where the resources are already used up, such as where we're at actually with this lorry. And there's only really 1 gen completed, so I think
while she did use this pallet, there is another pallet in that jungle gym. I wonder if she was trying to make it to that.
Yeah, that is true. The pallet in the jungle gym never ended up getting used, so for sure. Looks like that was also a deliverance play, so may have been strategic to want to take chase there and possibly go down there, but it looks like our Bubba is not worried about that. Bubba says, I'm going to go ahead and down this other survivor over here.
Definitely, our survivors were able to take some of the pressure off themselves with a well-timed deliverance along with the unhook on the other hooked survivor there. So taking a situation where 2 survivors were on hook to very quickly not a problem anymore.
Yeah, and getting the stuns, Squid is kind of being put on pressure alert here because our survivors are trying to give themselves the best chance here and doing a pretty good job of it. We do see 3 gens pop at this point to where there's only 1 gen needed to be able to try to get out at this point.
Absolutely. And Bubba going ahead and eating through those pallets. He doesn't really care about them, getting them out of the way. But that is our last generator popping. Again, our survivors just quick on the draw to get those generators slammed out.
Yeah, and we do see that loud noise notification allowing us to see that No Way Out is in play. So Bubba's not too worried right now. Oh, but I just saw the haste effect disappear. Noed has been cleansed.
Fortunate for Bubba here. However, that No Way Out is still in play, and with a chainsaw, don't really need Noah to get those instant downs. Like this right here at this window, doesn't quite make it before he can get that down on her.
Definitely, and so we are seeing another hook here, but it'll be interesting to see if the survivors come for save versus a Bubba. I don't recommend it, but we'll see if they feel confident.
Yeah, in this situation, this would be a point where I would just take the 3 out. They did take the time while No Way Out was active to heal up, so good planning on their part. And if this was any other killer, I'd say that would be a good opportunity to set up for the save. But against the Bubba, I just don't think it's worth it, and I think our survivors might have the same opinion.
I would agree. I think that they are just going to go ahead, take the out, and we will see a little bit of catch up here. We will see Demise getting 53 points here, Entity sitting at 31. So definitely it is going to come down to this final trial to see who wins.
Absolutely, and just seeing some very good gameplay, keeping these games very exciting to see. Nice to get all 4 games out and played so that we can really see what these teams are made of.
I agree. These teams are doing a very good job of being competitive and really showing us what we have to look forward to when the season actually starts.
Absolutely, and we are seeing some insane gameplay from both sides. No matter what side each team is playing, they're both putting their best foot forward, really, with the killers they are using, which not really A tier killers except for that Blight in the beginning, or not really S tier killers.
Definitely, for sure. I would have to agree. They have shown us the off meta and performed well with them. Bubba kind of showing in the beginning a lot of pressure, a lot of power, but Survivors having really good recovery and able to get 3 out.
Absolutely. They were all able to stay away from each other, which is the important part. Bubba really excels when those survivors clump together. And it looks like our survivors understood that and were like, all right, got it. We're going to go to different corners of the map. And they just slammed out those generators as quickly as they could manage.
Yeah, that was pretty insane. We saw 3 different generators all kind of go at once. Kind of nuts.
Yeah, definitely just some insane pressure. Very well coordinated from our survivors there.
Definitely, and for sure we are already into the next lobby here. So what we're going to do, we're going to go ahead and invite our survivors and get ready for the final match of this, or the final trial of this match. Guys, it has been great, and we should be excited to see the end of this, because it still is anybody's game. And we do have a 19-point lead right now, and if they finish all 5 gens, if Entity finishes, or if Entity actually kills and can, Entity's killing right now, right? Yeah, Entity's killing. So
if Entity can secure this 4K.
If Entity can secure the 4K, that would be an Entity win. What just happened? Did I get kicked from the party? I did.
And for those of you in chat, make sure, I know it's really hard to guess who's going to win, but go ahead and put your bets in on who's going to be the winner of this round. Who will be convicted of murder? Will it be Dwights or will it be Entity? Let us know what you think.
Ooh. I gotta say, Dwights has come out here very strong. But I don't know. Entity could turn it around right here. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to bet on Entity. We'll see if I'm right. I don't have any channel points to bet with, though. So it's a 0-point bet.
Let's see. I'll vote for Entity.
Oh. All right. So, guys, for sure, yes, as Shep said, go ahead and vote. Cast your votes. See who is going to be convicted of murder. I'm waiting for my re-invite here. I don't have it yet. But for sure, guys, we do have another game tonight at 6 p.m. Eastern that we'll be getting ready for as well. So definitely, this is not the end of Vigos for the night.
Absolutely. Make sure you guys check out our last preseason match, which will be happening after this one. It will be Monarchy versus Arctic Wolves. So make sure you guys stay around, check that game out. It's going to be really good. But that will be the last game before we start on our road to the final judgment.
I love it. Final verdict, final judgment. It's all the same to me.
I've got Pyramid Head on my mind, you guys. Got Pyramid Head on my mind.
So do you think we'll see Pyramid Head right now?
I'm kind of hoping, but I think the safe play here would be to bring out a really strong killer. But who likes playing safe, right?
I mean, this is Dead by Daylight. I'm looking for boldness points here, okay? I'm not looking for play it safe points, all right?
Yeah, we definitely want to max out our boldness here, especially in the preseason. This is the time to do it.
I would have to agree. I'm gonna go ahead and show. I do want to actually see a good pyramid head. Look at him. Look at him. Just look at him.
Look at that. An absolute unit of a man.
Oh my gosh. You're right. Absolute unit. Look at him. He's a tank. He's a tank. Look at him. Yeah, I want it. I want to see it.
And I do like, touching back on lore, I do like that Pyramid Head is one of the few killers who kind of came to the entity's realm willingly.
Right. Yeah. I mean, he was kind of. He's labeled the executioner, right? He's definitely like, you have a job that needs done. You need sacrifices. I've got you. That's my job already.
He's a contractor. He's like, yeah, I'm here to do some contract work and be on my way.
Exactly. Love to see it. Entity definitely happy to have such a capable contractor as well, I'm sure.
Pyramid Head joins the ranks of killers like Michael Myers, who also, I think, just walked into the entity's realm one day, and the entity was like, I don't know how to get rid of this, so I guess he's here. Might as well use him.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Cenobite came just because it was Dwight in the basement, wasn't it? Or it was just entity just like...
The box was opened.
Exactly. You opened the box
and he was like, I'm just
came.
gonna toss this into the trial and see what happens.
Entity's like, what the hell is this thing? Throw it at Dwight. He'll know what to do with it.
We'll make the survivors figure it out. Yeet. Dwight just could not get into his locker fast enough.
Hey, you know what though? I gotta go ahead and call it out because I've seen the meme going around with it, and I believe it. You know, Bubba, Basement Bubba's right. You know how survivors had such hatred for Basement Bubba, right? Well, they just didn't realize that he was saving them from Cenobite the whole time. He was protecting them from finding the box. But
the
Dwight
fools
found
that we
the box.
We have forsaken our savior, Basement Bubba, and brought upon the wrath of the Cenobite through our foolishness.
Basement Bubba was just a homie. And we were hating on the homie for so long.
We just didn't understand his machinations.
Exactly. All right, it does look like these survivors are set, so I'm going to go ahead and go to spectator role right here. All right, and it looks like all of the survivors are asking for the Stronk Bubba. They want to see Stronk.
Bubba. Give me your strong hand.
They said grab the mallet. Oh,
I want to see that mallet once again.
Hey, I mean, I would say in Vigo's court, we might as well call that mallet a gavel. Have Bubba be the gavel holder, you know what I mean?
Close enough. It is close enough.
It is pretty close. All right, guys, we are almost set to go for this final match. And who do you guys want to see? I want to know. Let me know in the chat. Who do you want to see play this killer?
Yeah, definitely let us know what you guys are wanting to see. We will find out here shortly, but I want to know what you guys would like to see. We did see quite a few people earlier saying they don't want to see any more S tier killers. So who do you want to see come out? I'm still kind of hoping for a Trapper, honestly. I want to see how he does. I know, not like a good pick, but like they don't have to be good picks. They can just be picks.
I want Hag.
I would like to see a Hag too. Hag on this map can do some work.
I want Hag. We'll see. I don't think that I'll get what I'm asking for, but I want Hag.
You know, you can't always get what you want.
I will say, though, our producer definitely wants to see Trickster. So if anybody wants to appease the producer, Trickster it is.
We have seen Trickster played. I believe yesterday we saw Trickster played. And he did some good work. So I've seen some really nasty tricksters out there. So I believe it could happen.
Oh man. Well, let's go ahead and review some of these penalty rules real quick. So, of course, guys, the matches, if a penalty occurs, may be played out or restarted or both, but for sure, we don't want to have them happen. So don't bring 2 of the same survivor. Don't bring a banned perk or item or add-on, because that would be -5 points, and you don't want that. I don't want that. Let's just not have that, okay? And then if there's a wrong map, that's horrible. We have to auto restart and -5 points. Never harass a ref, because we'll have to take off double the points, -10 points. If you use an exhausted killer, -10 points. If you delay the game, you're getting penalized as well. For more on all those penalizations, go ahead and do exclamation point rules in the chat.
I see somebody's calling for Ghost Boy. I like the way you think. But someone else is
Ghosty.
also asking for Spirit, so
And it sounds like
seeing a little bit of everything out there.
sounds like Bedside DVD is also saying that they like playing Trickster, and so definitely don't know what we'll see.
Definitely excited to see what they bring to play today.
I'm
And
definitely.
it looks like we are getting our Spirit that we asked for.
Oh man, that is pretty nuts. Like, we are seeing the S tier come out, and when you're trying to catch up, if you're Entity and trying to force that 4K, Spirit is a pretty good choice, especially on this map. So, gotta love it. And I also gotta worry: is Bedside DVD possibly from that DVD After Dark?
To talk about DBD After Dark.
Oh, I mean, what are you talking about? DVD After Dark? What is that?
What's that? We do find our first survivor here in the shack. We've got a pretty tight 3-gen with our corrupt intervention on the Spirit here. So pretty lucky for her as she goes and chases down this first survivor. I think that was an attempt at faking the phase walk and then going ahead and going through with it anyway.
I think it would have been interesting, so close to the pallet right there. It would have been funny if they possibly could have gotten stunned out of phase, you know?
Oh, absolutely. It doesn't seem like Claudette went for it, though. Claudette playing the second pallet pretty well.
Yeah, we do see what looks to be a missed skill check as well on the shack gen. Unfortunate.
On that shack generator. And Entities here really needs to put down some pressure as Spirit if they want to catch up to that lead that Demise has on them. Chasing a survivor. Oh, waiting for that. Faking the phase to get a hit down. Very good on the Spirit's part. Now tracking down this Felix.
Dang, Felix using that directional phase perfectly. And Claudette heard over here.
Yep. Definitely listening for that Ooh, and waiting, so patient on our killer's part, waiting at that pallet and getting that down on Claudette there, just by waiting around in her phase form.
Yeah, I was wondering how that was going to work out. That was perfect by
I
the
think
Spirit.
we were both watching, we were like, what the heck?
She backed up
Beautiful
slightly.
play.
Yeah, able to get the hit that she wanted.
Absolutely, and still using, even though directional phasing is now in play for Spirit, still able to disorient our survivors here. We see another generator has popped though, so that's 2 gens down for only 1 hook state. We do have an injured survivor here in front of our Spirit, and she goes down.
I also love seeing the up flick. Did you notice Time Lord doing that? Common thing you see killers do to try to bait the dead hard. Flick the camera up, make it look like you're about to attack, and get somebody to use their dead hard early.
Absolutely. Definitely want to try to get those kind of second chance perks out of the way at a more optimal time for yourself if you're playing killer here.
And we do see that our killer is going to try to find another survivor on this side over here, pressuring that shack generator, leaving the generator on the far side alone. So kind of staying near this side that has the door, I believe, which is definitely smart.
Absolutely, and we see that garage generator pop as our Spirit is chasing, and I believe we see Lythe on Ace, so Spirit is going to leave that and go find somebody else to play with as Ace lights away. Taking another phase walk to try and mind game this Claudette, who waited patiently at the corner, but I think she waited just a little too long. My apologies, that was Nea. And another survivor is actually over here, but it looks like Spirit's not concerned about that. She's going to go ahead and take that pickup right there.
Yeah, I think you're worried about points here, and so you don't want anybody being able to come pick them up. You're worried about how long those chases are taking. I think it's a good decision to go ahead and pick up and put on a hook.
Absolutely, especially in that corner, she can kind of just, even if she had to eat a DS there, she can make up for it because there's really not anywhere for the survivor to go. And coming to check on this Shack Gen one more time, doing that trick again of just kind of like faking the phase of that window to see where our survivors go. Very patient play, getting the hit at the window on Ace and forcing him away from this generator. Returning back to our hook to check on what's going on over here. Injuring Claudette, so that is 3 injured survivors. And we don't really know who's on gens here.
Yeah, tough to say where the other survivors are. We see 2 up there, so hopefully the other survivors are on the gens on that far side.
Absolutely, they definitely need to be pressuring those generators. Even injured, they're gonna have to do their best here. Ooh, and getting, just again, more really patient play, getting the down here. And I do believe this might be 3rd hook on Nia here.
I think it is, but we definitely heard this Ace, and so going ahead and getting 2 downs here, very valuable for our Spirit.
Absolutely, and going to go ahead and pick up that Ace and put him on hook pretty close to where Nea is down, so that hopefully she can chase anyone trying to get that save away from the save and get 2 hooks here. And that is a fresh hook on the Ace. Nea does get picked up, but she's pretty close to the danger zone here, going right back down again. And it looks like that will be it for our Nia.
Yeah, Survivor's doing a good job, though. That looks like a possible 2nd win play, because we did see the that's not Sybil, that's the new skin for Cheryl, right? Or no, that was actually Felix. Wow.
This is yeah, Felix and Ace here. And we are currently chasing that Felix. That is 2nd wind on that Ace over there. We saw the broken status, and he has now been fully healed. So good use again of those, not quite the usual perks that you expect to see. Ooh, and a dead hard to that window, preventing the Spirit from getting the down here. But I do see that haste status effect that we have come so accustomed to.
Yeah, but this Ace is doing so well in chase right here. Even with the haste, Felix is doing well.
Ooh, and despite his best efforts, he does go down. The other survivors are going to see that there is no end in play here, so they are just going to take that immediate 2 out. Fortunately enough for them, they were able to get enough points that I think even with this hook here, that might still be a win for Demise.
That would be correct. Demise is convicted of murder in this case because the Spirit was unable to seal the 4K. Those escape points are very good, and finishing all the gens are very good in sealing the deal for Demise.
Yes, very, very valuable to have gotten that 4K. Unfortunately, Entity's Spirit could not get that. Very clean, again, very clean play on both sides, but the survivors were just able to deal with that pressure and exert some of their own here against the Spirit to get those gens done and get the 2 out.
My goodness, I almost coughed right when I tried to say indeed. It's almost as if my own body doesn't want me to say it anymore. Definitely, our both teams did very well in playing this game, and really, you just love to see it. Both these teams look like they are prepared to enter this season and prepared to do well in this season. So I'm excited. I'm excited to see what both of these teams can do.
Oh yes, definitely a very good gameplay on both sides. It was a pretty close game, and it really could have been anyone's game up until that last match there. So definitely excited to see how they take these games and improve for the rest of the season.
I would agree. All
Yes,
right.
definitely very good gameplay on both sides.
And I think that we're going to have somebody in the interrogation room here shortly, actually. So I believe it's going to be Paige. Paige Platypus, it looks like. So definitely we should be ready. And I realize I'm saying definitely a lot instead of indeed. Hopefully that doesn't become the new...
You're trying to switch off. Oh no.
That doesn't become the new timer,
it.
you know? Don't have to hide it? Are you sure? Okay. All right. I feel more confident now. I'll go ahead and use it. I'm just kidding. It's cool. I'm what is our count at for that?
I'm not very good at counting. So
Alright,
I've got
that's
you at
okay.
11.
Nice.
Numbers are not my strong suit.
I know I'm ahead of that. I know there's definitely been more than that, but that's okay.
Just such good gameplay from both teams here that I could not keep track of the indeeds, unfortunately. And somebody's asking, is Entity officially out? This is our preseason game, so do not worry, you guys. This is just preseason. We have a whole season left with both of these teams and all of our other teams that we have seen playing here today.
Yeah.
And this weekend.
Yeah, this is also definitely a league. It's a 12-week season, so you are going to play 12 whole games to figure out whether you get into playoffs, where then you will reach the single elimination rules. So, for sure, you're still in it, homie. What's a preseason? A preseason is where you're playing, but it doesn't count towards your win or loss record. So it's kind of like your practice games, like exhibition scrim.
Yeah, this is the time to size up your competition in the tourney.
In the league.
Well, in the league, yes. So my apologies.
You're good.
We started
you're
talking
good.
about single elimination stuff, and I was like, dang.
And we do have Paige in the interrogation room. Paige, welcome in.
Hi guys, I didn't know I was being interrogated. Kind of scared.
Well, definitely don't
worry,
be scared.
We'll be nice.
Yeah.
Okay. Promise?
This is a good cop
Promise.
situation.
Okay, it's fine then.
Yeah. So to start out, definitely walk us through how you guys played against that first killer, that Blight. You guys did pretty well.
I mean, we just were really clear with our comms about where everybody was on gens, so we knew where to take chases. We also were pretty mindful about the ping difference because they are EU. So just playing really safe with our pallet drops. We just had really good comms that game.
Very nice.
Definitely very well coordinated on your guys' part.
Yeah, we were really proud of our performance for that game. We did really good. I mean, the whole team, I'm really proud of the guys.
Yeah, you guys did a really good job of pressuring those gens out, having good chases. Seemed like you guys definitely really knew how to utilize those tiles properly. So, for sure, very good job. And then it seemed like on the killer side, you guys really have a love for chainsaws, don't you?
We really do. We knew that, Fry decided to play Billy, which makes me happy because I'm like the biggest Billy simp in the entire world. I claim that role very happily, so
Beautiful.
it really is. But yeah, Fry did amazing on Billy. Really proud of him. And Squid, he is like in love with Bubba. Best Bubba main NA. without a doubt. So it was really awesome to get him out there and to play his own killer.
Well, that's amazing. I had been noticing. I was like, I heard a chainsaw last game. I loaded in. I heard a chainsaw again, and I'm like, they didn't bring the same killer twice, did they? Oh, it's the other chainsaw. Oh.
Yeah, and Squid was popping off. He went M2 only with his Bubba, so it was just like oh my gosh, we were screaming in VC. It was just like so happy for him. He did so good, and again, Fry just did amazing too. Like, both of our killers, we're very lucky to have such a great team. Yeah.
You know, what's funny, we got big boy Ollie over here saying, no, she's lying. She called us bad.
Wade is also getting in on this. I think you might need to talk to your team there.
I mean, honestly, like, I'll just kick them. Like, I don't need them. I'm pretty strong on my own. I'll just, yeah.
Paige is here to carry her team to victory. I'd watch out, boys.
Hey, she said, get in my backpack. I got this, okay? Uphill climb, no worries. I brought my walking stick. We're going.
Yeah, don't worry. I have some words for them when we get off of here.
Oh no! Hey, you guys might want to run and hide now. It sounds like you're in trouble.
I'm angry.
You got in trouble with Mom.
Nah, the guys are amazing. It's actually, we've been doing really well. We had a tournament yesterday as well. And like everybody just performed really, really great. And this is our first time together. Like our match last week was our first actual tourney together as Demise. So I'm just really proud of how well everyone's been doing with like just how new we are as a team together. Mm-hmm.
Definitely, you guys play like you have really, really good chemistry. So for sure, love seeing it. And do you have anything to say to your competitors?
Demise, we're looking at you guys. We're coming for you. They stole our name.
Uh-oh.
So like, there's some personal beef there.
Oh no! Oh no! We've got a rivalry starting between Demise and Demise. Yep. Oh man. So I noticed as well, there was I think it was Squid or maybe somebody else was saying, oh no, there's a rat in there. Is that a joke between the teams since you are Demise?
Well, okay, so it started off, so me and Fry are on a team together, and at the time, Aaron, who's the captain of Demise, because we're all really good friends with them. Most of us were on Deity with each other. And then Demise is a lot of Deity players. And then me and Fry were on a different team. Mm-hmm. And Aaron basically offered us, he was like, oh, if you guys want to kind of like join under us, like you can use our server. And like you guys can, like originally he said we could take Squid and Xavi, who's on Demise, and just play in like fun tourneys together. And then it ended up evolving into us actually just being a team. And we have Squid and Xavi now. And then we were going over like team names, and we were kind of joking like, oh, we're gonna call ourselves like Denise or like just funny names like that. And then someone said Demise, and it just stuck. Because we're like a sister team of Demise, so we kept it, and then we're just going with it. We really like mice now.
Nice. Yeah, I saw that you really appreciated the little mouse that drops on your battle card as well. You're like, oh, mouse so cute.
No, yeah, we loved it. All of us loved it. We saw it last week too, and we thought it was the cutest thing ever. It's amazing.
Definitely love it. Do you have anything to say to your fans or just any of the fans of Vigos Court?
Just, I guess, thanks for watching and thanks for having us. It's been a blast, and we're really looking forward to the rest of the season. We're really enjoying these games.
Yeah, we're enjoying having you for sure as well. And my producer just gave me some info that probably a lot of people are not going to like about that mouse scene. Apparently, that footage is actually zoomed in footage of a mouse being dropped into a snake cage.
I mean,
I thought
that's kind of okay. That makes me kind of sad, but like, I also have snakes, so like, I'm not
snakes
having,
gotta
like,
eat.
actual shock. Yeah, I mean, snakes have to eat. Like, I don't want to think about it, but like, I'll just think about the cute mouse, like not
It's
what
just
happens
it's
after.
a cute mouse.
Yeah.
We don't know what happens after. It's open-ended. Maybe they become friends.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Hopeful.
We believe in love.
You know, I saw an interesting. I definitely. It sounds like our producer was going. No, the way you're supposed to take that is that the mouse is just not afraid of shit. So, like it's a metaphor, right? Like the mouse drops in with the snake and is like, "Hey, what up, snake? I'm here
This
to
is
rock
true,
and play."
right?
You know, yeah, I mean that's pretty much how Demise is. Like, we're not scared of anyone.
I mean, you guys have definitely shown that you are here to throw down and play. You gave us some really good games today on both sides.
Thank you, I appreciate it. We really had a blast. Like, if you would have heard our comms, we were just like, we were really enjoying it.
And we were really enjoying watching you guys. I think that energy definitely translated through the screen and through your gameplay.
I appreciate that.
All right, guys, and I think that is gonna be all from us. That was definitely Demise versus Entity. Demise being convicted of murder in this case, and so for sure, thank you, Paige, for coming in and doing an interview with us.
Yeah, thanks again for having me, guys. I hope everyone has a good weekend.
Yeah, of course. I hope you have a good weekend as well. And for sure, for everyone watching, we will be back at 6 Eastern for Arctic Wolves and Monarchy. Yeah,
Oh, that'll be a good game.
It'll be a very good game.
Yeah, so make sure you guys stay tuned. Or come back when you see that notification. If you aren't following for some reason, you should be. Turn on those notifications so you can catch our last game of our preseason before we move on to our regular season.
Yeah, that's gonna be fun. Definitely, guys. Like I said, that's all from us, and we'll see you back at 6. Court is adjourned.